Bay Ray. Oh, 6 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of April 15, 2025. Welcome to spring, everyone. What a glorious day. Before the roll is called, I'd like to note that Councilmember Black is joining us remotely this evening. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
And Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we'll have a briefing on the preliminary results of the Transportation Impact Fee Study. Second, we'll receive an update on the Iceplex and Community Center proposal. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as you mentioned, the first item is the discussion of our transportation impact fees. This is our first check-in on this. There's a business item later tonight on fire and park impact fees for discussion. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our financial planning manager, Kevin Pelstring, who's going to walk you through it and introduce our special guests.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Thank you, City Manager. So tonight we have, like City Manager mentioned, we have the preliminary results of the third of our trilogy of impact fees, the transportation impact fees. We have 2 different impact fee related items on the agenda tonight. We have first the study session specifically on the transportation results. And then later on the regular business agenda, we have a update and draft code language for the fire and park impact fees, where we'll bring forward some options for how to handle ADUs, as well as an update on some of the calculations for the fire maximum fees. So we tonight, or for the study session, we have our expert crew of consultants from FCS Group, which is a Bowman company. So we have John Gilladucci, Doug Gabbard, and we have Luke Nelson here tonight. So we have about 25 slides to go through on the study session, and I'll pass it off to them to start, and we're happy to answer any questions along the way.
Great, thank you, and welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will go through the background. You can go to the next slide, please. The background fairly quickly so we can get right into a summary of the analysis, and Doug will be doing that heavy lifting, but we'll touch on the key characteristics of impact fees, the statutory basis, then the calculation and resulting fee schedule. We'll talk about scaling, as we did with parks and fire, and then we've got some comparables for you to look at as well. So as you are well familiar, impact fees are the one-time fees paid at the time of new development by new development, in some cases redevelopment when it is intensifying its use and demand or impact on your systems. They are available for streets, parks, fire, and schools. They can be used only for capital projects, and we calculate them based on the cost of capital projects. They are intended to represent a share of system facilities and not specific project-related facilities. Next slide, please. So we follow the statute very carefully. This is what was the Growth Management Act in the RCW. And most importantly for this round, this update, next slide, please. We've got new language from 2023, which requires scaling of impact fees such that smaller dwelling units are charged lower fees. This is an attempt by the legislature to inject some sensitivity to affordability and scale impact fees accordingly. There are a couple of different bases you can use: square footage, number of bedrooms, trips generated. Even though this is a transportation impact fee, you will see it's based on trip generation, but it's scaled by the square footage of the dwelling unit based on empirical data we have in the region. So the calculation framework is simplified, looks something like this. The impact fee is the result of the numerator is the cost of capacity increasing transportation projects. We divide that by expected growth in trip ends, and that gives us our impact fee per per trip in a very simplified fashion. You'll see in a minute that it's more complicated than that. The one thing that we're very careful to do is to make sure that the growth represented in the denominator is that the growth that will be served by the projects in the project list. So that internal consistency is important.
All right, so let's start in the denominator with our calculations. Pardon me. Let's start in the denominator with our calculations. This table was provided to us, the information in here was provided to us from DKS based upon their use of the BKR model. They have information on segments. We care about trip ends, and so that accounts for why anything that starts or ends in not Kirkland is equal to 1 trip end, but something that starts and ends in Kirkland is 2 trip ends. Anyway, this is where we get our denominator of 21,103 trip ends that will be added during the forecast period between 2025 and 2044. Next, please.
Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, John and Doug, for that. You may have kind of answered my question, but I just want to make sure. We got a question today from someone asking, what about not Kirkland and not Kirkland, and just people passing through Kirkland, and why isn't that part of the calculation here? Can you speak to that?
Sure. So the fundamental question that we're trying to answer with an impact fee is, what is the impact of a development on the transportation system? So we care about something getting built on a parcel in Kirkland. And so for that reason, we don't care about the passing through.
That's helpful. Thank you very much.
You betcha. So now we move into the numerator. Oh, I'm sorry, is there another? All right. So now we move into the numerator, which starts with the project cost. And here we have these in very broad categories. The project list is very long, so we don't have room for the whole thing. But these are the project categories provided to us by DKS. DKS also looked individually at each project and assigned a percentage that we're calling the eligibility percentage. What that means is the degree to which a project creates capacity for future users. And to that extent, that is the eligibility percentage for each project. Now, we aggregate these by category, and then you see sort of an average eligibility percentage by those categories listed here, which leads to an overall average eligibility of about 35%. But I just want to emphasize these were determined on a project-by-project basis. But you would end up with about $113 million in eligible project costs, meaning those can go into the cost basis of the impact fee, which we will see now. So again, the total project list being deflated to that $113 million. We take out the existing impact fee fund balance of $1.1 million to get a net allocable growth cost of about $112 million. That 21,103 person trip ends that you just saw a moment ago makes its reappearance in the denominator for a new cost per trip end of $5,310, just a skosh lower than what we last calculated for you the last time we did this exercise.
Councilor Pascal?
I assume we're taking questions as we go. Could you go back to the last table, or the last slide, sorry. I'm looking back at our memo, because you compared the 2021 study with the 2024 study. And one of the things that changed was the eligibility of the project costs. So the overall project costs changed considerably between the two, from $185 million in 2021 to $321 million here, shown here in 2024. But the eligibility that could be assigned to the impact fee went down from 44% to 35%. And one of the areas that it looks like it went down quite a bit was under one of the reasons maybe it went down, just looking at this table, is the programs. We've changed our CIP this time around through the Transportation Strategic Plan, where we've put more projects into the programs. So we have Safe Routes to School, safety program. We have different various programs where we've kind of put projects in buckets rather than outlining specific projects that we used to do in the previous CIP. And I'm wondering if that is causing implications around eligibility for impact fees, because I see that programs being 171 million, that's where a lot of our project costs are now residing compared to 2021. Yet the eligibility cost is very small at 7%. And I'm wondering just if you can kind of expand upon that a little bit as to, is it because we're not calling out specific projects is the reason why the eligibility cost is going down? And if we were to be more specific with the projects, would that eligibility cost go up?
Possibly. So in this category, my hope is that the categorization did not have a meaningful impact on assigned eligibility. That is assigned project by project. If the project description, to the extent that we had it, was not clear, and DKS was not clear that the project in question was adding capacity and things in that category, there were a whole lot of them that did not appear to add capacity. And so those would have a 0% eligibility if it doesn't appear that they add capacity. Now, is that something that look like you want to get in the game?
No, go ahead, I'll wait till you're done.
Well, if that's something that's to be disputed, that's something that we can look into. But
Yeah, maybe it's not a dispute. Maybe it's just a question, maybe to think about that a little bit more, because we want to make sure that we're not, I would hate for us to recategorize projects because we want to put them into programs, and then that by default changes the impact fee program eligibility. I don't know that we'd want to purposely do that. And so I would just, I guess that would be something to look into.
Totally. Yeah, one example, like one of the programs is striping, right? So that would be a place where you're not creating a lot of capacity,
Right.
but you might have one that's like the flashing beacons where you might be adding capacity. So yeah, it'd be a good idea to look into that and see if we captured all the correctly.
Yeah.
again, it's not the category, it's not the label above a bunch of line items that somehow taints the ability of the projects underneath it to have eligibility. We looked at the individual projects, and so if the individual projects did not appear to add capacity, they were assigned zero eligibility.
We'll follow up with Christian at DKS and ask that, and make sure that the nomenclature didn't move the needle in a way that we didn't.
Great. Yeah.
Councilman, okay. Go ahead.
Alrighty, so where were we? So we just revealed that at $5,310, we are a little bit under what we calculated last time, which I believe was just shy of $5,400 per person trip end. And so now let's look at a small sampler platter of land uses. This is a small sample of your fee schedule, but the right-hand column where it says proposed is the column that has the result of what we calculated just in the last slide, then adding all of the ITE trip generation data on top of that to get individual land uses. Take the residential top two lines with a grain of salt because there's no scaling applied to those, and we're going to get to that in a minute. But you'll notice that a lot of the proposed fees are a little bit mostly a little bit lower than what's in the 2024 column, which is exactly what you would expect. But you'll notice that it's not uniformly different. Like, it's not, every line item is not the same percentage different from the one to the left. And we'll talk more about why that is. Next slide, please. Oh, we'll do that right now. So when we set up a fee schedule for you, we are using data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, their trip generation database. And important to remember that this is a database, not a list of prescribed trip rates. And so the data is always evolving. It requires selection and interpretation. And what you see here is just a small buffet of various ways that the ITE trip generation data has changed recently. Things are moving around in land use numbering. The numbering is different. Some categories are merged with other categories, as with discount supermarkets. Some are being combined and retitled, and it's hard to see. It can be hard to find something in the new version if you are very familiar with categories in the old version. I only point this out to say that the data are different, and the data change regularly. There was a time when we didn't know anything about data centers or marijuana dispensaries, and they have their own categories now. And so, in addition, the person trip data, which we use when it's available, is not widely available yet, but it's getting more so. And so every time we do a new edition of the ITE manual, there are more land uses with person trip data instead of us having to estimate based upon vehicular data. So everything kind of changes at once. So now let's go back to residential. Let's talk about scaling. So this is a little schematic of how we arrived at some of these numbers. So that $7,237.40, that is the calculated impact fee for a single-family residence if you were not doing scaling. And that it gets divided by the average square footage of a dwelling unit in Kirkland. We have that data, and it's data we've used before for the other impact fees. And that comes to a scaled impact fee of $4.39 per square foot. So now we have a cost per square foot. Let's put some sideboards on that. First of all, let's calculate that single-family whole fee instead of not by square footage, but by average occupancy. And that's 2.09 occupants. And that gets us the impact fee for a single person, which we will use as the minimum impact fee of $3,462. Finally, a maximum will be attributable to we had it in 2250. Is that still the number we're going with? Okay. Multiplied by $4.39. 2250 is where the correlation breaks and the larger home no longer means more people inside it. And that gives us a maximum impact fee of $9,887.16. So putting all that together in the next two slides, you're going to see two slides that are now very similar to one another. Here you have the single-family non-stacked, and that's the per square foot fee we just talked about with the minimum and the maximum we just talked about. And this looks very similar to the stacked version on the next slide, except that there's no maximum fee on the stacked units. The thinking here is that you have the opportunity to take a whole multifamily building and apply the square footage charge to the whole thing. Now, if you do that, the maximum is not meaningful anymore because you have multiple dwelling units in there, and so you don't want to max out too prematurely. So you don't use the maximum, but you can apply that $4.39 to the entire building, including common area. Next slide.
Deputy Mayor.
C.
Thank you. So as you presented this for the category of single-family home, the number dropped compared to the previous number.
Yes.
But there was a breakdown in our packet that wasn't part of your slides on page 8 that showed some potential proposed fees at different square foot levels. And a 1,700 square foot cottage on up all had increased square foot fees. So if we're going down in the aggregate, I'd like to see some data when we follow up on what housing that number would have dropped for. Because if you're saying it drops overall and everything 1,700 and above is increasing, it must be pretty dramatic on the lower end, and I'd like to see that breakdown.
So to make sure I understand what you're asking, do you want to see the hypothetical fee schedule as if scaling were being used back the last time we calculated this?
No, just in that, the number previously, was 8,100 for the dwelling unit.
Right?
It's going up in every scenario that was presented in the packet. However, you're saying the number per dwelling unit is going down compared to what was there in 2024, which means, I think, for some lower scales, it is going down. We just don't know what those are, given what data is in the packet.
And yeah, we can show you that. Everything below the average dwelling unit size will see a reduced fee. And there should be, which is just below 1,700 square feet. So it would be right below that. And we'll show you some we'll bring back some examples that show how for smaller dwelling units, there'll be substantial reductions.
Okay, thank you.
I will conclude my time with you with this slide. This is a reminder of what we talked about earlier when we talked about changes in the ITE data. So this is a comparison of the previous calculation and the current one being in the dashed line for various land uses. It tracks pretty well for some of them, but it looks like we shaved the peaks off of some of these. Which might be a good thing, and that wasn't done intentionally, but that's the changing nature of the data, and so that's how. And there are some notations at the bottom that show where some of these come from, but just as a reminder that the data do change, and it's important to keep up because all it takes is kind of one developer who feels aggrieved by data that's not current to create a problem. So we try to help you keep up.
Thank you.
So we've included some comparable charges. One thing to point out is many of these are changing as we speak. Sammamish is reviewing theirs right now, for example, and many of these others, if they are not, they probably will be soon. But just to give you an idea of what Kirkland's current fee is in comparison and where the calculated maximum fee for the average sized dwelling unit would put the city. Again, everybody's needs and systems are different, so it's a little bit apples and oranges. Next slide, please. So,
Councilmember Sweet?
You know, this is all mud to me, but, so does that mean that we're charging for less infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, based on your crazy calculations? And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
it's really hard to make a judgment about that because, as you saw, I mean, there's $300 million worth of improvements and a subset of that to be recovered in the impact fee. So that's still a substantial investment, but just comparatively, Kirkland's charges, which is, we also have to consider the denominator, which is growth, which has increased substantially since 2020. So that drives that fee down as well. So I guess I'm saying we can't really tell just from this what everybody's, if Kirkland's investing less
Or winning or
in its
losing.
infrastructure. Right, we can't tell.
Councilmember Pascal?
I'm still kind of trying to comprehend what the deputy mayor was talking about earlier, because there is a table in our memo. I haven't seen it in the slides that talks about the single-family residential examples, and it shows the different sizes of residences from 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 to a cottage. And the cottage, for example, which is interesting, is 17. The average that's used for cottage is 1,700 square feet, and the average is just a tad bit lower, right, for the total average of housing square footage in Kirkland. But in the table, it shows that under the existing system, that cost would be $4,300 of impact fees. But in the proposed, it would go up by more than $3,000 to $7,400. And so I heard you say the average should not change. The average should actually be a little bit less because the impact fee per person trip is actually lowered. But yet, for a cottage, which represents an average home in the city, it's increasing by $3,000, almost 70% increase. So that's the disconnect for me is that table. Like it's just not making sense to what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing in the slides. So is that table incorrect?
Well, I can't speak to the table. We'd have to investigate the 2024 number to really answer your question. I suspect part of the reason is the average that we're using is the average of all dwelling units. So it includes multifamily dwelling unit, to come up with that. So it is, our approach does not distinguish among types of dwelling units. And so it lumps all that data together. That may be part of the issue between those differences. Sorry, Kevin.
No, that's okay. So part of the confusion here, and I included this table that our staff created, so it might be a little bit confusing seeing the two together. But I added this slide because of some of the questions we received today. So the cottage at 1,700 square feet. So under the current code for transportation, I know there's a lot on this slide, that's considered multifamily. So we consider that multifamily, which is a separate fee per dwelling fee that's much lower than the current single-family fee. Under this new proposed fee schedule, that would be, cottages would also be charged the same per square foot fee as all other non-stack development. So that's why it's increasing a lot more. So I added the 1650 example there, which is non-cottage single-family residence, and you can see that is actually decreasing under the from the current transportation fee to the proposed in 2025. So I think that's part of the confusion.
That probably explains it, actually. Okay. Now that you show me that, yeah, the scaling. Like I agree with what the legislature was trying to do with the scaling. Right, smaller units should be charged lower fees. I just want to make sure that that's actually panning out in our proposal. That's I think my concern is I want to see the lower fees for the smaller units. So if builders are building smaller units, middle housing, cottages, that it's resulting in lower fees. And I guess that's the confirmation I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of this comes from just the examples that we chose here for the size of structures. We were really focused on, looking at the high end and making sure we showed all the maximum fees because we're seeing, large homes. A lot of the new homes that are built are 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 square feet, whereas the existing, size of an average home in Kirkland is smaller than that. So we can add some more of those examples at the smaller end, and you'll see that those will be reducing. Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this. It was the memo was very helpful, but hearing you present it was really helpful as well. I have a question about the way that impact fees are just calculated in general for this type of impact fee. Do these impact fee calculations ever consider additional variables and additional assumptions that may vary by type of housing? And I know, obviously, you're doing a per person, it seems like, for the both multifamily and single family. But thinking about, for example, that when you reach a certain threshold of multifamily housing, that may have a different impact on the transportation infrastructure needs than, say, I think of my family in a single-family home in Finn Hill. Driving to a grocery store is quite different than someone who may walk a block to a grocery store, right? And the impact. Do we account for those types of, or I know we aren't, but are there models that account for that? And similarly with, the demographics of the people who live in a household. If you have more elderly, if you have a certain type of housing that tends to have more elderly folks or more children or more middle-aged folks that live in them, I know it's a different calculation, but again, I think of like student generation rates, right? That's based on single family versus multifamily and assumption of the demographics of who's going to live there and the impact on our infrastructure. Similarly here, do we think about that, like types of housing that tend to have more like younger single folks that are going to places versus families that are going places, and how they may, you know, families with children may carpool more, right? Because they have more than one person and less likely to have just one person in a vehicle, but may likely to be going to more places because they have to drive their kids places, right? So are there certain assumptions like that based on the size and types of housing? I know we look at that a little bit at retail. Seems like we don't just have a blanket approach to retail, but it seems like we have a little bit of a blanket approach to residential. Is that something that calculations are starting to look into more? Is this something we could do in the future?
Or we're actually going a little bit backward on it. So one of the consequences of doing scaling in a way that is compliant with the mandate of the legislature is that we have now just completely pasted over all of the different flavors of multifamily that are in the ITE manual. And so in those land uses, there might have been demographic distinctions that were relevant to the trip counts. That's gone now. If we're trying to do scaling, what matters is the size, the number of bedrooms, the number of trips. And so it's unfortunate that that has to be done, because in theory, the kinds of distinctions you're talking about are completely appropriate to talk about. And if we can get away from residential for a moment, John and I have worked with clients that have these unique, usually geographically delimited areas within their city. We know of a city that has a really serious park once district, where you go, you park one place, and then you can visit a bunch of different places. And so by policy, their transportation impact fee is reduced by a fixed percentage. And so you do the land use calculations as you normally would, but if it happens to be located within this territory, you take off X percent. So yes, anything that creates less demand on the transportation system, in theory, can be used to reduce the impact fee, provided it's something that you know in advance when someone is slapping down the plans in front of you.
That's helpful, thank you. I wonder if, you know, we could have a conversation about what that would look like to actually have the nuances of both, like still the intent of, you know, the new state law on this, but also not lose that nuance, because I feel like that's a really important
That's fair.
detail.
Councilor Pascal.
As we talk, some more questions generate. Sorry about that. So I would agree. I think I would really like to see options. For example, like the option I would love to see is our urban centers, Totem Lake and 85th Street. By policy, could we for housing, could we see reduced overall, well, not just housing, all land uses reduced, rates, because we have more focus of transit, more transit service, more walkable infrastructure. Could we look at kind of what that might entail, what that, whether we could do that, what other information we might need to be able to make that happen. And then secondly, we've heard a lot from our senior and older populations in the community about the cost of housing. And, it is a fact that senior housing generates less trips. And that's proven out by many studies. So I would like to see that proven out by the fees as well. So if you're saying that we've gotten rid of that flexibility or, that nuance, that kind of makes me go, I don't know that I agree with that.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, and so I would love to see options on how we could at least deal with that, because we have a lot of senior housing, we have a lot of demand for that, and I want to make sure that we're accounting for that. Thank you.
Well,
I was just agreeing with Councilmember Pascal, saying my question was to set the stage for those exact 2 points.
Well done.
So our next steps are the report, actually, to get back to you with responses to your questions. And then as the council decides to choose to move forward or not, we've laid out a proposed schedule. Of course, that's up to you.
Great. Anything else, Kevin? Oh, Councilmember Sweet?
I just want to make one comment, and it's consistent, I think, with the comments, or with the discussion that we're going to have with regard to school and fire impact. These rates are too high for us to claim that we're trying to provide affordable housing. And for too long, in my career on this council, we have ignored the term emergency. And I think that this is a time when we need to hold our feet to the fire. So I'm feeling very strongly that when we look at the impact on ADUs and cottages in particular, and then to recognize that like residential units are included in this. That's crazy. So I don't know where to go with it, and I know you're following a book that says you got to do it this way, and then the legislature's messing with your work too. But I truly believe that we need to take a stand somehow for housing affordability. And if impact fees, I know we pay the piper, but we're going to add thousands of dollars to the cost of these. We care about first-time home buyers. No, we don't. Or at least if there's a lever we can pull, we're not pulling it. So that's.
Thank you. All right.
Can I ask one clarifying question of our consultants while we have you here? For the residential fees, can I pull those up real quick? Are we under the current or the new amended RCW allowed to have, because I know we've show the nursing home and assisted living there. Is that something that we're still allowed to have along with scaling within our residential fee schedule? Because I know there's some questions about adult housing. or
Scale,
senior housing.
could it be separated? Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking?
yeah, like we have.
I believe it can.
Yeah, and
It's, the law cites multifamily, single-family residential, but I think you could still have some distinctions within that could address some of the concerns here.
Okay.
you could even decide, for, as far as the ITE is concerned, single family is just one thing, and then you have lots of different flavors of multifamily. And so one possibility is just do scaling just do square footage scaling on single family, and then the multifamily is already scaled by trip generation. If you consider that to be compliant. Now, that's a discussion that we have to have.
We'll have to internally talk.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Great, that was a great discussion, so thank you, everyone. And we will see you again later this evening. Right? No?
Just me
Just
and,
Kevin.
yeah, just
Oh,
city
you
staff
guys
in
get
the
to go
in the
home
evening.
and enjoy the
So,
sun.
yeah, we let them be, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to Iceplex and Community Center proposal update. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the next presentation, we're going to be walking you through the request for qualifications we received for Iceplex and Community Center, and we're also going to have a brief conversation about should the project proceed, what happens to the temporary uses at the Houghton Park and Play. So the first part of that presentation is going to be made by our Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez, and then the second part is going to be made by Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Community Services Director. So.
Thank you, City Manager.
Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. John Burkhalter, our Development Engineering Manager here as well. Thank you, John. Thank you, City Manager. So I'm going to go over, provide a little overview on the Iceplex and where we are in our process. and I'll turn it over to our Parks Director to talk a little bit about Houghton Park and Play. Next slide. So today we are going to talk about the process to date. There's a pretty comprehensive memo and webpage that kind of articulates how we got to where we are today. So I would recommend a review of that for more detail. I'll talk a little bit about the RFQ process. We are in receipt. We have completed the outreach part of the process. We are now reviewing the one proposal that we got. Then I'll talk a little bit about next steps and key takeaways, and then we will have staff updates on three important things: the community center itself, some land use updates. Allison Zeich, our Deputy Director of Planning, is here, and stormwater from John Burkhalter. So an overview of the process. This started back in 2023. The Kraken came to the city with an unsolicited proposal, and we took that in. But it wasn't really until March of 2024 when the council decided not to pursue the aquatic center that we got approval to really roll up our sleeves and test the feasibility of this process in May of 2024. I'm sorry, in March of 2024. We worked closely with the Kraken and then came back in May with funding to do an evaluation. And this was a very important part in the process. In August, we provided an economic analysis by the firm CAA Icon, and I urge the community to take a look at that. There's a lot in there about the feasibility and the economic benefits of this potential project. In September of 2024, the council approved Resolution 5645, and that allowed the city manager and us staff to launch a formal negotiation framework. So you gave us very clear guidelines about how we would negotiate a potential deal. And in February, we got funding for the community center design and negotiation support. So we've been really kind of doing our due diligence and working all of the important issues that the city would need to work should this deal come to fruition. We presented that design center in March of this year, not too long ago, and that brings us to date. We have put an RFP out for the construction of the facility, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. I did want to stop, though, and talk a little bit about identified community benefits. And there are several. A new city-owned community center and recreation center would be part of this proposal. And it's important to say here, and I'll say it again, that the proposal itself is not dependent on tax increases like property tax increases and the like that the community saw through the proposition proposal for the pool. Folks have asked about that, so I think it's good to say as a reminder that this is a public-private partnership, and the city did expend several $1 million to purchase the property, but the community center and the recreational center ultimate cost would be borne by the Kraken in this proposal. So I wanted to start with that. The expanded ice and recreational opportunities would be prevalent to the community, particularly for underserved groups. This is the recreational part. We also feel very strongly, I know the mayor has pointed this out on several occasions, that this project could be a catalyst for the station area, and I think all the council members have echoed that. The housing and commercial, hotel, this could be a leader for that. New sports, tourism, and local economic activity was written about in some detail in that CAA Icon report, and upwards of $7 million, I think, annually coming in for economic development. It was not an insignificant benefit. We were very pleased to see that. Again, free or low-cost programs for low-income residents. I know Councilmember Falcone has asked about that several times. Added youth camps, childcare, and event space. This is a constant refrain from all council. And long-term ownership. This is very important for the community to know. After 30 years, this proposal has the property returning to the city of Kirkland. So we would be able to do with it what we desired, future council. The RFQ process itself began in February of 2025. We issued a request for qualifications for a developer operator. In March, we closed that RFQ. We had one submittal, It was a joint proposal from the Seattle Kraken and Generator Studio. Now, you'll see, and I urge the community to look at the council packet or our webpage to see the proposal itself. It's very visual, very quick read. It's an easy read, not quick. But you'll see the Kraken and the Generator Studio partnership. This partnership has developed other similarly situated projects, and I'll talk about that in a minute. The current status is that we are reviewing this as a staff. So a decision has not been made on this RFQ. And the plan is to return to the council with our scoring system and to present the council for the council's decision as to whether or not we should move forward. So that is the next big step that we're going to talk about. Next slide. So the proposal submittal itself has the leading executives in this space from the Kraken on this work. Lance Lopes is the Executive Vice President and General Counsel for this. He's that for the Seattle Kraken. He was very high level for other organizations as well. Tom Chido is the project manager, and Generator Studio is the full-service architecture firm. This leadership group has developed similarly situated things like the community Iceplex in Northgate, the Seahawks training facility in Renton, and they're currently developing under similar interesting financing the new Memorial Stadium rebuild in the Seattle Center. So this leadership group is, it's very just, I'll just leave it to the description to speak for itself. Next slide. The RFQ submittal has a reasonably ambitious timeline. It's important for us to put that out there. May 2025, we would be completing the legal documents. And let me pause there and just look at our city attorney. Sorry. That is not an insignificant timeline. June 2025, they hope to begin design and permitting. February 26th to begin construction, with a grand opening in May of 2027. Parks would need to be ready too. So some insight on negotiations, agreements, and next steps. As I said, we are evaluating the RFQ, and we'll make a recommendation to accept or reject the application. The council will do that. Council will finalize this decision, and this is important, pending a negotiated agreement. So we're not going to move forward until, so this is the agreement to build the facility, but we still need several important documents to know that we have a deal that everybody is happy with. And that's what we're going to be working on as a parallel process as we review the RFQ. We'll be working with the Kraken on these agreements. And there are three of them that we will be working on: a ground lease, a development agreement, and an operating agreement. And we will return to council with those agreements as well. Now, a ground lease grants development rights and spells out the property terms and responsibilities. So this is a sequential thing. That's the first agreement that needs to happen. The next agreement would be a development agreement, which outlines design standards, construction expectations, and timelines. Relatively straightforward. And then it would lead to an operating agreement, which actually defines how this facility would be used, the public benefit, cost sharing, maintenance, and community access. In these agreements, several very important negotiated items would need to be discussed. And I'm going to talk about those in a minute. But as we work on those agreements, we'll come to you with the RFQ results. And if all of that works according to the council's approved framework, then and only then will the council be the decision will be put to the council to see whether or not we would move forward with the deal. So it's a very sequential, deliberative process.
Just a quick note, those are our general terms for those agreements, so they may look a little different in title. The topics of them may change and be reordered depending on the agreement. So that's sort of our rough ideas, but we haven't begun negotiations yet, and we haven't fully set out each of those. So just a note that if they come looking a little different to you, that's why.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Darcy. So, so if we go to next slide, there are several key points that we'd like to discuss as a staff. These are kind of staff level subject matters. You can go to the next. Oh, yeah. This collaboration is an opportunity to represent a major public-private partnership. We heard this. I'm sorry, these are key takeaways. We heard this throughout the ballot measure for the pool. There was a lot of feedback about how the community wanted us to think differently, innovate with innovation and private sector funding, and this project has that. We are proceeding very deliberatively and we think transparently, given that the council has given us a very clear framework that guides our negotiation. So when we talk to the Kraken, we do it in the context of where you have guided us to do it. And the project does align with the values of inclusivity. We are working with the Kraken with council direction to make sure underserved populations are included in the benefits of this deal. Recreation, of course, both in the city's recreational facility and the actual recreational opportunities presented by the facility itself, the hockey, the ice rinks, figure skating, and other ice sports, and neighborhood vitality. We're insisting on a restaurant that'd be part of it. The negotiation focus areas. This is not all the negotiation focus areas, but I thought I would put some up there so that you could see some of the areas that we're still discussing. First, I just want to say again that Kraken is to carry the full cost of developing and constructing this facility. It's good to say that over and over again. I got some feedback from the community to make sure that we do that so people know. The agreement will have financial security to ensure the long-term protections for the city. What that security is, the city manager is leading that negotiation. It is yet to be determined. Those are one of the key topics that we're talking about. But if we're going to be invested in the facility with our debt financing, we need to make sure that we are secured. Public benefits, we are negotiating that public benefits extend beyond the recreational center to users of the full facility. And that is both underserved populations and the general population of the city of Kirkland. And we're also talking about parking, a lot of talk about parking and whether or not there will be fees to offset some of the city's costs, because we do need to operate the facility. Okay, thank you, Lynn. So that brings us to staff updates. And do you want me to go over this, or do you want to jump right in? Why don't I turn this over to Lynn, and you may have a separate slides in your deck as well, but this will be good to briefly summarize for the council.
So this is actually very brief. I do have slides on Houghton Park and Play, but I'll show those after this presentation because it's a very different slide deck. As you know, we've received the concept plans for the second floor and rooftop. We are currently about to finalize a potential operating budget. So we've actually gone through and programmed the facility with the types of programs that we use and the staffing levels that we typically use. So it's almost done. I'm working to schedule time with Generator Studio just to review our vision, our concepts with them. And of course, Houghton Park and Play is pretty key, as we've suspected.
Yeah, so here, the staff, our planning staff will be bringing related zoning text and map amendments to the council for adoption on May 6th. Now, this is to rezone the Houghton Park and Play property to a park zone, which is very consistent with its intended use, and zoning text amendments to enable the consideration of development agreements citywide. So that's coming soon, and that is part of this initiative. And lastly, I'd say, and then we'll turn over to questions, Madam Mayor. Lastly, I would say we are also working, next slide. And we are also working for another potential public benefit. This would be in addition to the work that I've just discussed, but we are working, John Burkhalter's team's working for additional stormwater mitigation. We have done some preliminary work and we have some estimates. We've signed a contract with CPL Engineering to provide these preliminary plans, a stormwater report, and an estimate for a vault and water quality facility sizing. Now, this would be a regional entity. This would be bigger than the Kraken stormwater facility that they have to put in the property as part of their development. The vault would be sized to mitigate for the undisturbed north side of the park and ride. So this is a significant public benefit, which the city would pay for. And its estimated report completion is by May 15th in 2025, so we'll have more information for you soon. And that is my update.
Thank you. I see people taking notes. Any questions? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you to both of you for that presentation. It's exciting to see progress on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing future updates. Happy to see the stormwater mitigation and just the forward thinking that we have as a city to try to plan for not just the immediate need, but the growing need, and try to, have some economy of scale of projects like this, like we did at 132nd Square Park. It just makes sense. It's a smart thing to do, so thank you for that. You may be getting into this in a little bit, Lynn. I know you have some other slides, but I just have a general question around like what the future steps are going to look like as far as both community and council input on the community center design. I know we had some preliminary discussion on that at a previous meeting, but would love to see community input on, opportunity for some community input, and also just follow up on some of the things that we discussed at our last meeting. So just generally asking when that step will be as part of this. And also glad to hear, I know we've been very crystal clear to the community that the park and play was a very temporary thing. And I also know that, managing expectations is always a challenge because we have some really cool stuff there, right? And so always looking for ways to engage the community and make it a positive and bring the community along. So wondering if there are opportunities, where there are opportunities, would love to see us be able to have community engagement on, how and where those amenities are relocated throughout the city. I realize that there may not always be options. There may only be, a single location that would, be able to accommodate a certain amenity. But if there are options to consider, if we could engage the community, I think that would be a good thing to help, bring them along as we transition those temporary amenities away from potentially away from the Houghton Park and Play into other places in the city.
I'm sure Lynn would appreciate someone other than me knocking on her door, talking about pickleball.
Before we talk about Houghton Park and Ride, anyone else have questions, comments? Okay. Full speed ahead. It's going to be a tight time frame, so we'll expect to see this.
So maybe not for this meeting, but for the next meeting, I maybe want to follow up a little more on Councilmember Falcone, your thing on public engagement, because one of the things we said in the first memo is we tried to really use all the public engagement that shaped the pros plan and our backlogs and so forth to shape what we are kind of proposing to the Kraken. And then we also have a little bit of a restriction that we basically have a rectangle. And so we try to kind of lay all that over given the time frame. So I'm not sure there's a ton of flexibility or things that we can get at unless maybe the public's saying we'd rather have an entirely different set of programs in there. So I guess I just want to.
I think it's more just some of the discussion we had around, like, well, I can think of one example that Councilmember Sweet and I raised with, like, having a second elevator, for example. That's something that I would love to hear follow-up from. It's something I think is really important for us to consider in the design, and so I would like to know where that is and what the trade-offs are on that, right? Is there, what does that mean that we could be getting rid of? What are the prioritizations there? And there are, I'm sure, other decisions as to how folks would prioritize, an additional event space versus, a larger space for the gym or things such as that would just love to have a little bit more community discussion on. And maybe it's just another council discussion on where there are some options presented to council, and then the community can engage by sharing their thoughts with council leading up to that meeting, perhaps. Would just love just a little bit more engagement on that. Thank you. Doesn't need to be extremely time-consuming nor opening up, a big can of worms either.
Oh, thank you. That's really helpful.
Yeah, so just thinking about this a little bit more, first off, really glad that the Kraken proposed. I was crossing my fingers. The second question is, I remember, I think, Jim, talking to you at some point that Kraken had expressed a real interest of wanting to come and talk to the community about their vision and their plans and have them actually put on a public event. We didn't ask them. They actually said, hey, we'd like to do this. We'd like to share more information. I don't know, have we ever followed up with them on that? And when is the right time for that?
Yes, thank you, Member Councilman Pascal. Well, I did follow up with them, and they have a lot of energy to do it. So I think they're just waiting for us to work through what we need to do with the RFQ. And then kind of the priority now is to get together again and talk about some of the outstanding items. But the Kraken is, you are describing their interest very accurately. They have a lot of energy to come and talk about their vision. And we would, I think, sequentially put that into our work plan once and if we can get through the remaining negotiated items.
Anyone else? Okay, Lynn, you want to talk about Park and Play?
For sure. First of all.
We want to talk about.
Yes, absolutely. It's near and dear to my heart. People love it. First of all, you'll notice I'm not Jody Galvin. I am showing you this presentation specifically because this is on our website. It's been on our website for about 2 months. And with the presentation, we have a corresponding survey. So we've had yard signs up in the parks for about 2 months, gathering survey feedback. And we did just decide to put the signs in a couple more parks so we can get more feedback. Thus far, we have 40 responses, and we are now starting to kind of broadcast it a little bit more. So like in our newsletter and on social media, and Daniel has also been helpful in distributing it to neighborhood associations. So we are actively seeking feedback, and you'll see exactly what we're asking on the PowerPoint here. So we're just letting folks know, of course, here's all the current features that are at the Park and Play, all of which are receiving significant usage. We do get emails all the time saying how much they love it and appreciate the city's investment in it. As you know, the community gardens, we actually have a place for. They can go there as soon as we have the property in a safe and usable condition. They can actually go there before, but we don't want to move them in the growing season. So, pickleball, obviously a big one. We've been getting asked for more pickleball for years, and so one of the things we've been working on is talking to the Lake Washington School District, and they've agreed to let us help them dual stripe their tennis courts. So 8 tennis courts will be dual striped, meaning that's 16 pickleball courts. So that's huge. That's actually a lot of new pickleball courts for the community. There are 2 middle schools there, which are really good kind of north and central locations. We've also been looking at our pickleball courts. We've been assessing this for about 2 years now. We've done all kinds of assessments on sports courts and parking lots and what can we convert to pickleball. And it really boils down to there's 2 good locations to do it, that being Peter Kirk Park and Juanita Beach Park, both of which have lights. Peter Kirk is kind of more the ball field, but there's still lights there. And they're also not really right next to residential units. And because of their orientation, the noise of the pickleball also doesn't translate specifically to the closest residential units. So the orientation of the courts is kind of key for how that noise transfers. So we did go ahead and add to the slide here. Our top choice at the moment is Peter Kirk Park. And 1 court, the east one, would be converted into 3 pickleball courts. So we're trying to gather feedback on that. And right now, out of the 40 surveys we've received, there's about 30 folks who play tennis, only 2 of which play at Peter Kirk Park, which I found very interesting. And that's one reason why this has really switched or kind of moved into our number 1 choice. We don't really want to pick a tennis court that people play on the most. The bike features, we of course have the kids bicycle course and the pump track. Our current selection is Terrace Park. We've looked at a couple locations, and this one really kind of keeps coming to the top because it's nicely graded. Also has an incredible connection to the CKC, and parents do a lot of biking with their kids on the CKC, and this may facilitate them coming down and using that bicycle course. It would not interfere with the current use of sports on kind of the southern half of Terrace Park. And the skate park, we're looking at Peter Kirk Park as well, and that would essentially replace the current skate park. We would need to expand the cement pad there by another 50%, or actually double it, so that's 100%, isn't it? I'm good at math on the fly, right? So we'd double the amount of concrete there, and that would allow us to take all of the features and move them over to Peter Kirk Park. Obviously right next to K-Tub, and a really great location. We get requests to upgrade that skate park all the time. In the surveys, there aren't as many people taking the surveys from a skate park and pump track perspective, but the ones that are taking it are saying, don't move it. They're not really expressing a priority of any other locations. We're not seeing anyone saying, hey, why don't you consider this place instead of that place? They're not doing that. But one of the places we're going to put the yard signs up is the current skate park. And then also Terrace Park and whatnot, and start collecting some feedback that's a little bit more geared towards those amenities. We are actively working on costing out what this would cost us to move. We do have a quote from the manufacturer of what it would take them to move the features over. It's very reasonable, but what we don't have yet is a cost for the concrete. That's going to be the most expensive part. So our friends at the CIP group are helping us out with a cost estimate, and then I can bring all of that information to the city manager. That's where we're at.
Council, questions? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Lynn. You, as predicted, you did answer some of my earlier questions, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. A couple of questions I have. Around the pickleball courts, I think that's great. We hear so much demand for pickleball courts, so that's great to hear that there are both a potential partnership with the school district as well as some of our city parks. My question is, why do we have to choose between, I think it was Peter Kirk Park and Juanita Beach Park? I mean, I can speculate reasons, but can you explain why we wouldn't just do both? It doesn't seem like a very expensive investment.
It's not.
We do both? Is it like fear of like not having enough tennis facilities because the pickleball players will take over and the tennis players won't have a place? If so, are there ways to mitigate that, like certain hours or days that are tennis only, or is there a way to meet that growing need?
Yes, we've definitely considered both dual striping of Juanita Beach or converting one of those courts to 3 pickleball courts. Both of those options are feasible. One of the things that I've been a little hesitant on is how much are we going to disturb the tennis community? And in the pros plan process, I saw that tennis players outnumbered pickleball players. So that's made me a little hesitant. But interestingly, we are just not getting any feedback from tennis players. And in this specific survey, the tennis players are saying they will play on dual striped. So that's actually really helpful information for us. So we could do both. It does not cost that much. It's really done internally. We just do a little bit of resurfacing and painting.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is around, it sounds like we're having a hard time really getting a hold of the skate park users to really get their input. I do not know a lot about the skating community, I will admit, but from those I have heard from, I've heard, obviously we know that we have some upgrades we need to do in the city of Kirkland, and so a lot of skaters will go elsewhere outside the city of Kirkland to skate. And so are there opportunities in other cities where there are skate parks that are popular that we could add signs, ask the cities if it's okay to gather feedback from park users in their jurisdictions as well, just to kind of capture the skating community to gather more of those folks who would be potential future users in our skate park?
Probably. We haven't looked into that. One of the next steps that we were going to do is going to K-Tub because K-Tub has been extraordinarily successful, in particular on Wednesdays when we're getting 50 kids there. That's 50 kids that could come give input in one swoop. So we really do want to do that as well and get that feedback. So there's a couple other mechanisms that we can do to get some of that feedback.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, just to follow up on some of the pickleball discussion, great to hear. Just made me think when we're talking about Juanita Beach and Peter Kirk, one of the different factors with Juanita Beach that I see often is the fact that it's lighted at night. And so you do see tennis players use it at night and other users that use it in different ways. not all legal. But with Peter Kirk, if we're going to convert that to pickleball or allow pickleball there too, is there an option at some point to add lighting?
Yeah, we believe we can add lighting to Peter Kirk Park because there's already lights at Lee Johnson Field, so the community there is used to that space being lit up. Also, Peter Kirk Park has really now become the de facto central part of Kirkland. It's sitting obviously smack dab between Kirkland Urban and downtown, and everybody's using it as the through corridor. So it's going to be heavily used, even more so than it is now. At every corresponding year after now, it's just going to get more and more and more use. So that would lend itself well to that.
Is that something that would, it's not funded or anything, but something that you would look at to do later? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? These are really great solutions. I really support all of that you've done. The question I have, and I really like moving the bike track to Terrace Park, because that's an underutilized park. But we would need a concrete pad to do that. Is there some sort of hard permeable surface that we can put it on top, or how will that work?
Right, the pump track itself actually does not need concrete. It can get placed on grass.
Good.
The kids' bicycle course actually does need some sort of asphalt, because, you know, we don't want kids trying to learn how to bike on gravel, though.
I learned on clamshells, so.
So there would need to be a little bit of an asphalt course. We have been talking to Public Works, and if it's possible in their work plan, we could perhaps partner with them for that pathway to accommodate the bike park. We do pay them for their services, but obviously it still has to work in their work plan.
Okay, and that's a good reminder. It wouldn't be a solid slab, it's a pathway.
Right, just the pathway.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, guys. This is exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
It was a nice
Come on now, Kevin works really hard on that. All right, since we finished our study session a little early, I would like to use our time to go to executive session to discuss litigation as authorized in RCW 4231-10-1I2. Is there a motion to go to executive session? Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We expect to reconvene at approximately 7:15, at which time we will go into recess and return to our regular meeting at 7:30. We ready? All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back in session following a briefing on transportation impact fee study and an update on the Iceplex and Community Center proposal. We're going to start tonight's meeting with our proclamations. Councilmember Pascal will be reading the Earth Month proclamation. City Manager.
All right, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be declaring this to be Earth Month in the city of Kirkland, and there's a lot of great information in the memo about some of the actions the city of Kirkland has taken. There's also some great links that people can learn more. Here to receive the proclamation are representatives from the People for Climate Action, but we also have the sustainability ambassadors here. So we'd love to have all of those folks come up and help us receive the proclamation.
Come on up.
Get a chance to get a photo. Welcome, everybody.
Okay. Welcome. Yeah, we can spread out.
Oh, yes, we also have other representatives from Louisville, Kirkland, and others. Anyone who's here for the proclamation, please join us at the front.
Here we can scoot in. Over there? Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. Proclaiming April 2025 as Earth Month in Kirkland, whereas the city of Kirkland has a longstanding commitment to environmental protection, climate adaptation, and meeting regional carbon emission targets, and the City Council has adopted the goal of a sustainable environment to protect the natural environment through sustainable practices and equitable access to clean energy and water without compromising future generations. And whereas Kirkland's 2044 Comprehensive Plan fosters a community grounded in sustainability, efficiency, and conservation, and promotes compact, efficient, and sustainable residential patterns that reduce energy use and greenhouse gas emissions while conserving land, water, and natural resources. And whereas the 2044 Comprehensive Plan includes housing policies that support the sustainable preservation of existing homes through energy-efficient and weather-proof retrofitting, and advocates for amendments to the Washington State Building Code that enable healthier indoor air quality and affordable non-carbon energy upgrades. And whereas the Washington State Department of Health highlights on its environmental health disparities map the disproportionate impact of pollution on vulnerable and low-income populations, which highlight how environmental justice and shared responsibility are essential to addressing these disparities. And whereas Earth Month encourages individual and collective action to reduce energy use, electrify homes and businesses, generate solar power, and cut waste, all to build resilience to climate change. And whereas the City Council adopted the Sustainability Master Plan, or Strategic Plan, on December 8th, 2020, setting forth community environmental goals and identifying over 200 city actions to help achieve the goals. And whereas the Kirkland City Council has committed to funding actions in the sustainability, I messed that up the second time. Okay, strategic plan to promote the equity, energy efficiency, public health, and a clean energy economy on top of established city programs such as the Urban Forest Strategic Management Plan and Green Kirkland Partnership that protects streams, wetlands, lakes, and parklands. And whereas community members demonstrate environmental leadership by reducing energy use and waste, composting, using alternative transportation, preventing water pollution, and restoring natural areas. And whereas the City of Kirkland collaborates regionally through efforts like the King County Cities Climate Collaborative, K4C, and the Lake Washington Cedars Sammamish Watershed Salmon Recovery Council. And the city will continue to lead on decarbonization strategies that reduce operational and embodied carbon, preserve potable water, and advance a resilient, sustainable future for all. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim April 2025 as Earth Month in Kirkland and calls upon all community members to take action to reduce their impact on the environment to achieve an equitable, sustainable, and resilient community. All right. Are we going to have someone say a few words?
Something? Okay.
I promise it's shorter than that.
Less long words.
Yeah, fewer long words. Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to receive the Earth Day proclamation on behalf of People for Climate Action, or PCA Kirkland. PCA is a regional organization with the mission to help local governments reach the greenhouse gas reduction targets that have been set out in the K4C. The PCA Kirkland Steering Committee was honored to serve as the technical advisory group for development of the emissions portions of Kirkland's Sustainability Strategic Plan. The next emission reduction target is 50% reduction in emissions by 2030, which is a huge lift. Scientists have told us that meeting this target is essential if we want to avoid passing the point of no return, where climate change could be reversed. So PCA will continue to advocate for the City of Kirkland to take bold actions, including those in the Sustainability Strategic Plan, to meet this goal.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor? If I may, Sustainability ambassadors, thank you for coming. On behalf of the City Council, challenge accepted.
So those. For anyone who doesn't know, that is for the bus bingo. The sustainability ambassadors have challenged the city council to encourage not only city council, but folks in the community to take more transit throughout the community. And this is spring break right now, so we're.
So join us and be sure to give us credit for advising you to do so.
And Eva, it looks like you brought bingo game today. So anybody in the audience that wants one, I encourage you to play. And they sent an awesome little video, and we're not that cool. So this is the way we're accepting your challenge. So thank you. All right, we are now moving on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters that are quasi-judicial. Sorry, John, it's catching. That are not quasi-judicial or otherwise scheduled for a public hearing. We do have a public hearing this evening. It is item 6A, extension of the Planned Action Ordinance and Development Agreement for the Kirkland Urban Project. Comments related to that item must wait until the public hearing. On all other matters, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position. If you would like to address council during the items for the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting. We ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when you are being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive to our meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to the council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council's chambers, expressing their viewpoints. Thank you, everyone. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Our first 3 speakers are Jackie Beck, Nevis Stanfill, and Ross Klinger.
Jackie. Oh, Jackie's virtual. Jackie, can you hear me?
Good evening. Can you hear me? Is this Jackie?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Fantastic. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members, thank you so much for the time. I did want to weigh in and give a point of view on the Houghton Park and Ride current proposal that is in front of, and I know you all are discussing. It brings me great joy right now on that 5-acre space to drive by and see it packed with people playing pickleball, riding bikes, and planting plants, etc. My goal or my ask is to consider to create that 5-acre space into a lighted multi-purpose park in celebration of all the different sports that are happening there currently and that can be added there: pickleball, tennis, soccer, possibly some baseball, and utilizing every single square inch there. It would echo the fabulous 132nd Square Park that you all put into motion. Love that it's a synthetic turf, and that park is always packed every time I go by, and I go by frequently. So congratulations on the success of that 10-acre park. And I would really love and emphasize, let's make a miniature version of that and include this fabulous pickleball in the 5-acre space. The other piece that I love is I'm seeing grandmas playing pickleball games with their grandchildren. And so the age range in that park right now is very wide and very expansive, and it really supports multi-purpose versus just being isolated to a 2,600 square foot space for the Kraken hockey proposal. Thank you all so much for your time and your ear, and I appreciate all the work that you do for the city. Take care and have a good evening.
Thank you. Nevis.
Hello again, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share 2 short stories with you tonight. Over the past several weeks, since the last time I was here, there were 2 very near-miss accidents near my home on 108th Avenue Northeast between the church and the fire station just south of Met Market. First one, on a lovely, warm, sunny afternoon last week, I was heading out on a walk with my dog. There was brisk traffic on 108th Avenue, and a FedEx truck was stopped in the middle turn lane delivering packages on the west side of the street. Another delivery truck was coming southbound from Met Market, making a left turn into my driveway, trying to squeeze in between traffic, just as 2 young boys came whizzing by on their skateboards on the sidewalk. Perhaps the sun was in the driver's eyes momentarily, but luckily he saw them in the last moment and he was able to stop. All good. Now, the second story, a few weeks ago, I was driving out of my driveway on 108th Avenue, making a left turn going southbound. A cordial driver driving northbound waved for me to go ahead in front of him. Awesome. That doesn't happen very often. I entered the 3-lane road slowly, making sure there were no cars coming from either direction. And it was lucky that I did so. Otherwise, if I did not, a pickup truck would have T-boned me right there in the middle of the street, who decided to go around the cordial driver using the middle turn lane. Scared the life out of me for a couple of moments, but again, no long-term damage. Now just think about this situation when you add a bat lane, a 4th lane of busy traffic in between, or I guess right against all of these driveways. Heaven forbid a not-so-good ending if somebody gets injured or dies because of this heavy traffic. So all of that because if this city council does not do its diligence to maximize the safety concerns of its constituents. And that would not make for a very happy, feel-good story on any news channel. So to avoid this unhappy ending, all you have to do is advise Metro to go forward with the K-line, but without adding bat lanes to this happy residential street, which by Metro's accounts only impacts a maximum of 2 minutes on the route. And by the way, although for other reasons, Bellevue requested that bat lanes be removed from their route, and Metro removed them with no issues. So indeed, that was a happy ending for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ross.
Council members, fellow citizens in Kirkland, good evening. I'm a longtime Kirkland resident and the father of 2 children, one with still attending Lakeview Elementary. Let me begin by addressing the automated speeding tickets in school zone systems. These cameras, I understand, are meant to protect children, but instead are targeting residents with small kids. Right now, they're issuing $150 to $250 tickets 30 minutes before school gets out, going downhill on Northeast 68th Street on a tough-to-see location. And no children present at this time. The blinking light in this case does not indicate danger. It signals a digital trap. This is not about safety. This is rent-seeking disguised as public interest. My neighbors and I have PTSD over these cameras. If you truly committed to public welfare, then our policies should be ethical, contextual, and citizen first. I urge you to recalibrate the camera timing to align strictly with our actual dismissal, say 3:30 to 4 p.m., giving ample time to accommodate the students. Now, allow me to offer a solution, not just a complaint. Rather than nickel and diming residents under the illusion of safety, what if Kirkland became the first city in Washington to pursue a winning strategy for our kids and create a Bitcoin strategic reserve, similar to what Trump's strategic Bitcoin reserve executive order is to accumulate 1 million Bitcoin in 5 years. Bitcoin is not a speculative gamble any longer. It is de-risked. It is the first and only decentralized, trustless commodity bounded by energy and history. While the U.S. dollar is printed at will and eroded by inflation, Bitcoin's 21 million supply is capped, creating the scarcest asset ever conceived, and absorption is at the nation-state adoption level. Kirkland, with its innovative spirit and tech-savvy population, is perfectly positioned to lead the Pacific Northwest in this space. A strategic reserve could involve allocating a small portion of the city's financial reserves to Bitcoin, diversifying our portfolio and potentially yielding significant returns as adoption grows. Every government, state, and municipality will eventually implement this. It's just a matter of time, not when. What does this mean for Kirkland? By being a first government mover, this reserve could fund community projects by leveraging the asset by offering Bitcoin bonds to the market and collecting income, which would reduce the reliance on punitive fines and position Kirkland as the hub for innovation, attracting tech investment and talent. As someone who has invested in many Bitcoin companies and co-authored a book about Bitcoin and AI, I can help, and we can explore prudent strategic adoption model to build a small strategic reserve without risking the operating budget. Let's adjust the cameras to protect kids and invest in the future where Kirkland thrives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk, who's next?
Our next 3 speakers are B. Nahon, David Haynes, and Kyle Sullivan.
B. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council, good evening and happy tax day. I hope it all went well for you. And I'm here today about a tax problem which likely impacts thousands of Kirkland residents and which they probably haven't heard a thing about. Because of a decision by the state Supreme Court, anyone or any entity with investment income exceeding 5% of their total income is considered to be engaging in business, and so their investment income is subject to state B&O tax. This impacts nonprofit organizations, retirement plans, everyone with an IRA, everyone with a 401k account, and the retirees receiving income from those accounts, every estate of every decedent, and their surviving spouses and families, trusts for surviving spouses and their children, including children with special needs, people with 529 plans to help fund future education expenses, homeowner association reserve accounts, and the list goes on and on. Because this came from a court decision called Antio, it means that the court has interpreted the existing RCW, and so the tax is retroactive. So if anyone has investment income that was more than 5% of their total income, well, maybe they've already been filing B&O tax returns, so they're exposed for about 5 years' worth of underpaid taxes. But most impacted citizens have never filed B&O tax returns. They never thought they needed to. They have no idea what I'm even talking about. And so the statute of limitations hasn't yet begun to run. They owe many years of back taxes. Because our Kirkland Code defines business very broadly, it also means that thousands of citizens, et cetera, should also have been filing for Kirkland business licenses for all these years and paid our fees. Fortunately, you have the ability to fix that nuance at the city level, but that still leaves the problem at the state level. Today, House Bill 2081 and Senate Bill 5815 dropped, which only partially fixes the problem. It provides relief for most nonprofits and for mutual funds, not people who invest in mutual funds, but the funds themselves. The bills do not yet protect retirement accounts, retirees, estates, trusts, or anyone else I noted earlier. And worse yet, the bill is not even effective until 2026. So everyone is still stuck for 2025 and prior years. I'm here to encourage your support to amend the current versions of these bills to limit the scope creep of the Antio decision so that B&O tax only applies to those for whom investment income really is a bona fide business. Where the Department of Revenue may assure us that they don't intend to tax others, but those assurances need to be codified in order to be relied upon, as oral and website guidance cannot be used as a defense. I'm telling you, in taxes, you just can't make this stuff up. Thank you for your help. I'm going to stick around tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. And we have received your emails, so we'll talk about it in legislative work group. David Haynes.
Hi, thank you. David Haynes, Juanita Beach. Free Mama Earth. We need sustainable, non-toxic alternative energy independent from the grid. And we need legislation for 21st century first world quality housing build-outs and multi-use that doesn't infract on the residents and take off the restrictions on the developers to incentivize them to go higher in the levels so that we can have walking neighborhoods that can be supported properly without a car-centric overwhelming impact that doesn't even use the impact fees to invest in advanced traffic lights. Speaking of which, did the council really pay a consultant to fill in the blanks on impact fees? It sounded sort of like they were car-centric in their perspective, and it sounds like another greedy part of why we need a robust build-out without like worrying about how much extra money the government can make off of something without actually incentivizing the developer so that we can have like real livable amenity spaces where you have like a quadplex that does not have the parking garage and somebody driving in between all the buildings, but instead you have the core value of the building where it's like the 6th or the 8th floor or even the 4th floor is like the patio with a view. And then you have like your fitness room with some fresh air in the next like level. And then you have like a private office suite, right? And you don't have to like impact fee charge that, but you don't have to like skim it down and put such restrictions on it that people don't even like consider that. And it should be part of the like requirements for like new designs because we need 21st century housing build outs. Anyway, the Kraken. Did the Kraken really approach the city manager to broker a deal between council? Has the council actually consulted with and negotiated with the CEO of the Kraken and maybe like go to New York and talk to the NHL commissioner to have Gary Bettman give his blessing to make sure that this Iceplex will be qualified enough so that if an NHL team has to come here for an all-star game or a playoff game or just to train someplace other than downtown, wherever, that this Kirkland one would be provided. And it would be qualitative enough that ESPN could set up a studio here every once in a while. And maybe like the private like equity that would be investing in like all the housing and the hotels around here could be like brought into the deal prior so you could have like a more robust, integrated, qualitative like build out that would still provide for like junior world hockey and, you know, kids like, but why can't you add the pool to the second floor without it actually being the second floor and just say, okay, look, the will of the people was to have a pool and we can't have that because we're giving the land over to the hockey rink. But they're saying they're going to build some crappy second floor that doesn't really have much but like a cheap snack bar and some office space. So I think you need to have a pool included in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Sullivan. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's a difficult time to be a politically engaged person at the moment. And so I wanted to express some gratitude for the actions that the city takes. there's obviously a lot of things far beyond our control here, but I think it's really important that we stick to, values, policies, and plans and try to make progress on the issues that, the city has put forward, sustainability, housing, transportation, inclusion, all of these things. So I encourage you to continue being bold with all these plans and doing what you can. For anyone listening, I also, I encourage everyone to be active in whatever movements they can. I totally understand if just looking at anything beyond the local level is just exhausting right now. I'm not really engaging on it that much as well, to be honest. But I encourage people to look towards needs they find in their community, maybe volunteer with organizations you like, share resources, or just, be good neighbors to people, build community. I think the city can help do that as well. There's lots of important things going on, but having, moments of joy and community are also important. So I definitely encourage anyone to focus on trying to build things locally, whether that is just a fun community or filling some need that you see. And then I also wanted to share some way that I've sort of been taking action on that is that I'm in my 3rd week as a new position. I am now a light rail electromechanic for King County Metro. As you know, transportation is really important to me, and so I'm really excited to be serving that way. And then this also serves as a way to disclaim, opinions are still my own. I am not an agent of King County Metro or King County, and I am not unless I say otherwise. I think that's about all I wanted to say. So, it also means I get to report to the Bellevue base at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. So you're not going to see me sticking around for the entire meeting anymore. I think that's behind me. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Our next two speakers are Belle Marlar and Alex Zimmerman.
Belle.
Hey, could you all reconsider Rapid Ride K and have Rapid Ride from Kirkland, Totem Lake, and Juanita Beach to Redmond, somewhere near the Link Line Bridge?
Belle, go ahead.
Hello, City Council. My name is Belle Marlar, and I'm with the Sustainability Ambassadors.
Move the mic a little closer to you.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Here? Yeah, there you go. As you know, we challenged you to a bus bingo, and you happily accepted. So I just wanted to go over and review the rules a little bit with you guys and talk about the importance of riding public transit. So as you know, this is our board, and it has a bunch of spots in Kirkland that you're probably familiar with. So 1 bingo, 1 point, 2 bingos, 2 points, 3 bingos, 3 points. But a full blackout is a double, all the spots is double bonus, so that would be 24 points because you can get these and all these and all these. But talking about the importance of it, taking public transportation reduces your greenhouse gas emissions and helps you to drive less. But it also helps us forward and move forward with our city's sustainability strategic plan. So I just want to say thank you so much for accepting this challenge and influencing people to ride public transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex.
I'm sorry. A little bit sleep. Old brain not working too much. What is people talking this? Thank you very much. You give me chance. Yeah. Sieg Heil. Stop. Dirty. Fascism with idiotic face. What as I see says Kirkland almost for 40 years. Yeah. First, what as I want to speak about change, climate. It always make me totally sick because I don't understand how many freaking 100,000 idiots in state Washington, in Seattle, in everywhere, talking about climate change. These people probably never have a, what does it mean? School diploma. Maybe it's 5th grade or 2nd grade, yeah. Because everything's so simple. So why people doing? I understand you don't like Trump, yeah. I'm freaking his face like my face freaking. You don't like me, it's okay with me. This is about climate. Right now I want to speak about something that is very unique. Ever in King County, ever in state Washington, it's never happened like this before. Because I still go and speak in council chamber more than 5,000 times for many years. So Bellevue Council supposed to be Choice Council District 5. 2 weeks ago, they did this. So before they advertise, so they're looking for people who can apply for this. So 20 people apply for this. It's okay. Who care about it? Yeah, so they come Choice 5. 20 people never show to public information. These 5 people, what is their choice? Not care about information too. They choose one Chinese girl with small business. It's okay with me, another idiot. Who care about this? But right now it's very interesting because today they have hearing about Choice District 1 because this man go out. So why they did? They very smart. They don't need law, constitution, federal or local. They not care. They speak up for people, and today we'll make a choice. Who these people? Where is come these people? Why we don't have information about them before in internet or Bellevue.com? Nobody care. Who care about this? When you have a plantation with 120,000 jungle slave, you know what it means? From 135 country, if you make a good money, exploit this slave, you feel happy. It's only 30,000 white people in Bellevue right now. I am a white. I'm a Jew, but I'm white. Maybe 30% discount. Guys, what does make sick me? So in country, in state Washington, in Seattle, is a pure idiotic. Viva Trump! Viva New American Revolution! Stand up, idioto! Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to offer a statement on behalf of council. We continue to hear comments that are hurtful and offensive to our community. The city council does not condone those comments. We are committed to make Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all. At the same time, items from the audience provides an opportunity for community members to express their views to council, regardless of content. We are now closing items from the audience, and we are moving on to our public hearing for the evening, which is about expansion of the Plan, Action Ordinance, and Development Agreement for the Kirkland, or the Park Place Kirkland Urban Project. This is a public hearing to receive public comments on the proposed extension of the Plan, Action Ordinance, and the Development Agreement for Kirkland Urban, formerly known as Park Place. I will now open the public hearing. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to highlight, we're not asking council to take action tonight. We're having the public hearing, and then we'll be bringing this back to a future council meeting in May. But here to give you a brief overview of the issue before we hear the testimony is our senior planner, Tony Levitt, to make the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. So again, this is the extension of the Planned Action Ordinance and Development Agreement for the current Kirkland Urban Project. In February 2015, the City Council adopted a Planned Action Ordinance for Park Place, now Kirkland Urban Project. The purpose of the planned action was to evaluate the environmental impacts of the entire development during the planning stage, such that the environmental review individual phases within the development could be streamlined. The PAO also had the benefit of allowing impacts from the development to be comprehensively reviewed and help to identify appropriate mitigation measures. Following the adoption of the PAO, the City Council adopted a development agreement in August of 2015. The development agreement specified the development regulations to which this project was subject to. The key elements of the development agreement specified that the project was subject to development regulations in effect at the time of the adoption, providing assurance to the developer that the regulations would not change as the development progressed. The development agreement also includes provisions related to the applicability of building and fire codes and payment of development and impact fees. As with other projects in Kirkland, the applicable fees and building fire codes are those in effect when a complete building permit application is submitted. Both the PAO and development agreement were set to expire on March 1st, 2025. On January of the 27th of this year, the city received a letter from Google, the owner of Kirkland Urban, requesting extension for the PAO and development agreement. The extension extensions are needed to allow the development of the last project phase, the east phase. The east phase has been approved by the city's design review board, but the applicant is not ready to submit a building permit at this time due to current market conditions. Actually, up here is a kind of a view of that east phase that was approved by the DRB. On February 18th of this year, the council passed ordinance 4897, which temporarily extended the expiration date of the PAO and the development agreement to June 1st. The intent of the temporary extension was to allow the city to gather public feedback as part of this public hearing and to get a status update regarding the mitigation measures in the PAO. So per language in the PAO, the ordinance and related development agreement can be extended by the City Council following a report from the SEPA responsible official and holding of a public hearing. The POA for the project included a list of mitigation measures that were required to address impacts of the project. The mitigation measures included capacity improvements to address transportation impacts, a requirement for a transportation and parking management plan, public safety, including police and fire conditions, requirements for payment of park and school impact fees, and finally, water and sewer improvements to the area. Public Works staff have confirmed that all capacity improvements to address the transportation impacts have been completed. As outlined in the memo, one of the projects was actually changed due to some design issues that were discovered during the design phase. Additionally, the water and sewer improvements have been completed, and park and school impact fees have been paid as each phase has been developed. Other applicable mitigation measures, including the transportation management and parking management plan and the payment of any necessary impact fees, will continue to apply to the project as part of the extended PAO. Staff has confirmed with Google that it would like the term of the PAO and development agreement to be extended for 5 years, which would extend it out to June 1st of 2030. During the February 18th council consideration of the extension, the council did have some questions related to the project. So I've outlined those in the memo, but I'll go over those briefly here. First was, how is the leasing of the new retail tenants going? Is there anything that the city can help with? We did talk to Google, and they state that the leasing momentum is improving, and they are working on securing an anchor tenant for the south building that was completed last year. They expect that once the tenant is signed, additional tenants will follow. At this time, Google does not require any assistance from the city, and any needed future changes to the development plan could be pursued independently of this. There was also a question about any temporary plans for the Phase 3 lots where the east phase building would go. There are no plans to initiate construction of the east building at this time, as noted, but the applicant has looked into some different options for temporary use of the space, but nothing has penciled out. They will continue to explore ideas and involve the city if needed. They're open to creative ideas from the city for that space. Finally, there was a question regarding what happens if the PAO and development agreement lapse. The PAO and development agreement state that any amendments made during the term of the agreement to zoning or development regulation, transportation concurrency regulations, or SEPA requirements would not apply to or affect the conditions of the project. Exempted from this were any new regulations required to address serious threat to public and health safety. Analysis by staff indicates that if the development agreement were to lapse, then the city could adopt new development regulations for the project, but staff would not recommend doing this, as any new development would continue to be subject to the zoning requirements for the Central Business District 5 and the Park Place development plans and design guidelines in place at the time of the development. Thus, there is no harm in the city extending the development agreement. In addition, conditions in the area have not changed such that the new SEPA review for the remaining phase of the project would be expected to result in the identification of any new mitigation measures, including transportation improvements. In general, staff believes the requested 5-year extension of the PAO and development agreement is reasonable and would benefit the city by allowing the last phase of the Kirkland urban project to move forward in a predictable manner. So, in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing to gather public feedback tonight. on a second extension of the PAO and the development agreement. Following the public hearing, staff will bring back an ordinance extending the terms of the PAO and development agreement by 5 years for consideration at the May 6th City Council meeting. A draft ordinance has been included. That concludes my presentations. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Sweet.
Just the part about where they're accepting suggestions about how to use that extra piece of land. I think we gave them one at one point, which
Pickleball courts, community garden.
just wanted to bring it up.
Okay. I will let them know. I believe Mark Rowe with Google is on the tonight's meeting, so.
Any other questions, council? All right, thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
I'm now going to call on any members of the public who are signed up to address the council on this topic. You have 3 minutes to address council. City Clerk?
Our first speaker signed up is Mark Rowe, and they are virtual.
Mark, are you there?
How about now?
All right, we see you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not used to Zoom. We use our own Google project. All right. So good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Mark Rowe, and I'm a project executive at Google in Kirkland. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of extending the expiration date for the current development agreement and planned action ordinance related to Kirkland Urban. Critically, I support this extension only to modify the expiration date. We are not looking for any other changes to the terms, conditions, or negotiated benefits of the existing agreements. They're not being sought or necessary at this time. The current development agreement and planned action ordinance represent a significant investment of time and resources by the city, its staff, the public, and the other stakeholders. They provide a clear, predictable, and well-understood framework that has guided the development effectively. Extending the existing framework solely by updating the date is the most efficient and sensible path forward. It avoids the considerable time, expense, and uncertainty associated with reopening negotiations on terms that were previously agreed upon. It allows projects and plans currently operating under this framework to continue with minimal disruption, maintaining the stability that benefits the community. This approach respects the prior work and decisions of the council and allows everyone involved to focus on implementation and achieving the intended outcomes rather than diverting resources back into prolonged process. Therefore, I urge you to approve the proposed extension, limited strictly to updating the expiration date of the current development agreement and planned action ordinance. Thank you for your time and your service to the city of Kirkland.
Thank you. Alex.
A minute for pleasure. Not everybody give me. Zig Heil.
Point of order. This testimony does not relate to the public hearing.
It hasn't started yet.
He's Sig Heil.
No, but it's my time ticket, but I doing exactly what is you want. I want to speak about this plan. So you cut my 20 seconds. You give me back my 20 seconds because
No,
you're not enough
proceed.
smart?
Proceed, Mr. Zimmerman.
It's okay, no problema. Every time what is Zig Heil, my dirty damn Nazi fascist crooks, no, bandita. Yeah, every time what is I see word Google, Amazon, Microsoft make me happy for 40 years. What is nice people we have around. What is smart billionaire we have around. For example, about this project. In Seattle, salary, average income for last income from $75,000 to $170,000. Bellevue have right now $200,000 average income. I'm not okay with this. Why I like Trump? Because like me, he's businessman, he can negotiate. You don't doing this. It's a problem. For 40 years, they crook, this bandita, this multi-billionaire.
Mr. Zimmerman, do speak to the Google
Exactly,
project.
absolutely. It's exactly what as I speak. Give me a finish. Because it's slow by slow. I need to understand. So I'm okay. They want to build 100 floor to the moon, no problema. For each feet, what is Amazon, Google, or Microsoft bill for business, 1 feet supposed to be go to people. You doing this? No. You have power for doing this. You no need broken this project. Project good. But when this project have 1,000 feet, give 1,000 feet for people because they represent American totally poor. In right now in East, West, in East side, you know what it means. This 4 city right now, this only multimillionaire. You understand about talking? Average people like me need move out. I cannot afford. This is a problem, what as I see, and I'm talking about this for many years. It's very simple. For this, I like Trump. Trump negotiate, no problema. Google wants this, give to them, but give another 1 feet for people. Very simple. Why you don't doing this? Why? Why you don't talking to Google? Why you not negotiate with Google? Look, Trump, he shake all planet. He negotiate and he win. Because negotiable very important. You guys are degenerative idiot. You like a cockroaches. You only moving, and your goal survive. That's exactly what's happened. It's time for change. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution. Stop acting like an idiot. Thank you very much. I'm talking about Google.
Anyone else?
I believe we do have one more signer who is signing up in the back, Mr. McKenzie.
Ken, come on up.
Ken McKenzie, I'm a resident of Kirkland. And I think extending the PAO in the development agreement is a fine idea, but I think 5 years is too much. The results of Kirkland Urban, I think, have been mixed. And I believe that it's wise for the city to shorten this renewal period to, say, 1 year or at most 2, in order to give the city an opportunity to revisit this down the road in fairly short time to see if the development is really meeting our needs. And I'm concerned that it may not. So I support this with a 1 year or perhaps 2 year time extension rather than 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address council on this issue? All right, seeing none, the public comment portion of this hearing is now closed. The council will consider all comments received on this issue, including those submitted in writing. We are now going to move on to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamation we have on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,623,998.41 and bills in the amount of $4,414,904.14. As part of tonight's consent agenda, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, will proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Recognizing this month promotes the importance of consent, prevention, and education around harassment and abuse. It also emphasizes the need to support survivors and calls on the Kirkland community to help create a safer, more just society for all.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent?
Move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Sorry, Councilmember Tim Chisholm, but Councilmember Falcone, even though our mic was off, was first. So it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone. Are there any questions? Questions on the motion to approve the consent calendar? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are moving on to our first business item, which is the 2025-2027 Planning Work Program Adoption. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're returning after having talked with you about this topic at the last council meeting with the suggestions the council had. I would note that we're also proposing a substitute, which our speaker will speak to. Here to give you the presentation and answer any questions is our Deputy Director of Planning and Building, Allison Zeich.
Thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. I have a brief presentation for you tonight, about 5 slides from this point. I want to focus on just high-level background on the planning work program and then talk specifically about what we've done since we talked to you last on April 1st. So just to remind you all and the community members that might be listening, council does update the planning work program annually, and it is always a 3-year look ahead on tasks that are primarily working on long-range planning projects and working through our planning commission. The planning work program does often include a couple or a few projects that are more administrative in nature and are not zoning code amendments. So there's some kind of internal-only projects that don't come through planning commission and council. We last saw you to talk about this on April 1st when Chair Rutherford and Vice Chair Heiser of the Planning Commission joined staff to talk about Planning Commission's recommendations to council on the planning work program. Council did give us a generous amount of time that evening and provide us with some feedback and some questions about the work program. As a result, staff has made a couple adjustments to the work program in front of you for consideration tonight, and I'll walk through those. And just to remind you, we really are focusing this work program in the near term on implementing required legislation, which is plentiful, and also finishing several projects that we already have in progress. When we start getting into years 2026 and 2027, you'll see that we're starting to implement some of the new policies adopted in the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. So I have 5 tasks to touch on with you briefly, and these are tasks which were either subject of discussion by council at your last meeting or where we have made adjustments. The first is talking about code adjustments to the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Plan. I wanted to just highlight this here because council did discuss it quite a bit the last time we talked to you. I do believe council affirmed the way that task was described in the draft work program, and so there has been no revision to the description of that task since April 1st, since you saw it last, but just wanted to note that you did give us good feedback on that at the last time we saw you. The second task is related to task number 2, local permit review streamlining. On April 1st, we heard some council members request that we make sure to come and run that permit dashboard by you so you can provide feedback on the scope of it. And so we just added a short sentence to that task description in the work program noting that we'll make sure to come and run that by you before it goes live. The next is task number 19, and so when this task came to you on April 1st, it was presented to you or recommended to you by Planning Commission as a special project for housing. It was undefined. Planning Commission intended that it kind of reserve a space on the work program to allow staff to be responsive if a unique housing opportunity came our way. A couple council members on April 1st noted that we have been approached by some faith-based properties or religiously owned properties in the city and have also conducted some conversations with cities like Bellevue who have done some work to expand housing options for their religious-owned properties in Bellevue. And so council, a couple council members at least, asked that we use that housing special project task to actually just do the project to look at expanding housing opportunities on properties owned by religious organizations or faith-based organizations. And so we have done that. So the adjustment since April 1st is that it has a specific description now. It has a specific kind of scope. And that sort of leads us to an adjustment that staff has made related to the Totem Lake Southern Industrial Sub-Area Plan. On April 1st, we heard a little bit of discussion from council, which is similar to discussions on Planning Commission. I think we haven't heard a full consensus on the scoping of that project, but got some questions about the scope of everything we're setting out to do in 2025 if we had time to do that. Given council's questions on April 1st, given that Task 19, the special housing project, is now an actual project in this proposal in front of you, we thought it prudent to go ahead and combine what was a phased approach to the Totem Lake Southern Industrial Plan into a single project that wouldn't start until next year in 2026. And so you'll see that reflected in the planning work program draft in front of you tonight. And just one more. On the project related to home occupation allowances, we had originally recommended that to council, saying that it could include tasks to explore more, allowing more neighborhood scale commercial uses and not just home occupations or home-based businesses. And so council on April 1st asked us if we could just redraft that task description to make sure we did explore ideas about expanding neighborhood commercial. And so that adjustment has been made. Lastly, as the city manager noted, we did catch that some of our final edits were not included in the packet version of attachment 1 to resolution 5678. They gave me an easy one for y'all tonight. And so we have given you a revised or a substitute version of that attachment. It was emailed to you earlier today, and then a hard copy, if you can read it, is in front of you at your seats. With that, Council, I would ask if you have any questions for us and ask that you consider adoption of resolution 5678.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Well, I hope we're setting aside a significant amount of time for permit review streamlining. I've heard feedback from developers that our permit review times are too long and we need a schedule. I've heard feedback from staff that that's not the problem and that the problem is the code. And it's difficult to know how we're going to fix a problem when there doesn't seem to be consensus around what the problem is. I understand today is not the discussion for this issue, but I think we need to set aside a significant amount of time on this issue to first identify the problem, agree on what the problem is, and then try to address the issue. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Allison, I've got a couple of questions on the Totem Lake sub-area, industrial area sub-area plan. I appreciate you coming back with a shorter overall timeframe, but this also shifted things into 26. This project was going to actually originally start this year. The idea of changing in Parmac came out of a community amendment request that was part of the comp plan, and suddenly we're shifting this a full year. What's the status from that applicant's point of view?
We haven't heard a great deal of urgency from them at this point.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, this is kind of a question and maybe a comment about the Totem Lake Southern Industrial Subarea Plan. I don't have any problems with calling it a singular phase, but there is a sequence of events that has to occur in it, and I just hope that we recognize that there's the market study to understand the demand for industrial land, and that will help inform then the next step, which is how do we consider that in how we make decisions around that sub-area. So is that how you're still thinking about it? Is that still how that task is essentially summarized here, or because I don't understand how you don't sequence it that way.
Sure, thank you for the question, and I would say yes. So we always follow a sequence of orders in any given task, and I think that council has made sort of the iterative approach to this pretty clear to us, and we don't feel like combining it into a single task on the work program prevents us from walking through it step by step as Councilmember Pascal, as you've laid out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Or I will take a motion. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I will move that we adopt the 2025 to 2027 planning work program.
Second.
All right, I have Councilmember Tim Chisholm made the motion to approve substitute resolution 5678, adopting the 25-27 planning work program. It was seconded by Councilmember Sweet. I apologize, Councilmember Black. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Substitute resolution 5678 is approved, 7-0. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Good job. All right, we are going to move on to our second business item, which is the 2026-2031 King County Emergency Medical Services Levy Resolution Approval. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So we are looking for action tonight. We're going to be a presentation with some special guests from King County, but here to introduce the topic is our Fire Chief, Joe Sanford.
Hi, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. We're introducing the the King County EMS levy tonight. And here to walk you through a presentation is the Deputy Director of King County EMS, Helen Chatelis.
Welcome.
So are we. And then how do I make it move? Thank you. I suddenly got very nervous here. So thank you, City Manager, for bringing me up here. And thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council for having us here tonight to talk about developing the next Medic One levy. Tonight, I'll give a quick overview of our Medic One EMS system, and then I'll walk you through the levy planning process, as well as the recommendations that the EMS Advisory Task Force endorsed at the end of that process. And hopefully we'll have time at the end to answer any kind of questions you might have. And I'm getting over a cold, hence my husky voice here tonight. So to start, our EMS system is funded primarily by a countywide levy. Our current levy expires at the end of this year. So to ensure EMS services in 2026 and beyond, we undertook an 8-month process last year to develop a new strategic plan and levy for voters to renew this year in 2025. The process brought together regional leaders and partners to assess the system and develop recommendations to lead it into the future. In order to place a countywide levy, EMS levy, on the ballot, we must get the approval of at least 75% of those cities with 50,000 or more in population. Kirkland is one of those. We have 11 such cities, and Kirkland is one. So we are here seeking, we're here to get, sorry, I can't even talk. We need to get at least 9 of those 11 cities, but we're not going to stop at 9. We're going to pursue all 11 cities because that shows true regional buy-in. So that's why we're here tonight, to answer any questions you might have about the EMS levy and to ask for your support to place the EMS levy on the 2025 general election ballot. We're not asking you to endorse the levy. We're asking you simply to allow us to place it on the ballot. So what is Medic One EMS? Well, anytime you call 911 for medical emergency, you're using our system. It serves over 2.3 million people throughout the region and responds about every 2 minutes. Last year, it responded to over 250,000 calls in King County. In 2023, the survival rate for cardiac arrest was 51% throughout the region. So you might ask why we cite cardiac arrest survival. Well, that's because cardiac arrest survival is the gold standard for measuring the overall quality of an EMS system. And that's because it tests all pieces of the systems, from hands-on technical skills and critical thinking to communication and coordination. And because of our excellent program, cardiac arrest patients are 2 to 3 times more likely to survive here than in other areas. So I'm clicking on the wrong one. In terms of Kirkland statistics, the Kirkland Fire Department serves a population of nearly 100,000. Last year, it responded to nearly 10,000 calls in about 5.3 minutes, with a response time of about 5.3 minutes. And the survival rate for cardiac arrest was 53%. So we at EMS talk a lot about our regional partners. And as I walk through what happens when you call 911, you'll see how critical our partners' coordination and collaboration really are. So to start, anyone in King County experiencing a medical emergency can call 911 and have access to excellent emergency medical care. The call goes to one of our 4 dispatch centers in the region, where telecommunicators use medically based dispatch criteria to determine the right level of care to send. This is known as the tiered system. They'll decide whether only EMTs from one of 23 fire agencies are needed, or if it's a more critical situation and our highly skilled paramedics from one of 5 ALS agencies need to respond. All our paramedics undergo rigorous training up at Harborview, and they receive over 2,500 hours of clinical, classroom, and field experience. Paramedics go on about 1 every 5 calls. We are often asked why we're so successful, and we think that it can be traced to the design of our system. First off, it's a regional system. It's built on partnerships that include dispatch, fire, and paramedic agencies, private ambulances, hospitals, University of Washington, and of course, residents across the region. We all believe that we're better together. We use a tiered response model that is based on and committed to medicine and science. We are equity-driven. Anyone who calls 911 gets the same level of excellent care, no matter the incident, circumstance, socioeconomic status, or language spoken. And we're innovative. We conduct pilots and test new ideas, like administering whole blood out in the field, so we can continually improve. And finally, we're levy funded. We know that the EMS levy is a stable funding source and is resilient through good times and bad. All right, before we leap into the next levy period, I wanted to ground us in our current levy. So it is a 6-year levy expiring at the end of this year. Starting rate 26.5 cents per 1,000 AV. As our AVs increase, our levy rates decrease. The current levy rate for this year is actually 22.1 cents. It's anticipated to generate $1.115 billion over 6 years. So I need to elaborate just a bit on this funding, which is there's a long-standing agreement with the City of Seattle that levy funds raised within the city limits go directly back to the city to run its own program. So they run and they manage their budget and their city or their program separately from the rest of King County. The funding that's collected in King County outside the City of Seattle is distributed county partners based upon agreed upon methodologies that we document in our strategic plan. So the King County portion of this $1.115 billion is $664 million. And that King County portion of the levy fully funds ALS, our paramedic tier. It's the only source of funding for paramedics. It partially funds BLS to help offset costs. Excuse me, I dry mouth there. It funds our regional services. These are core programs that support the entire system, like training and medical control and quality improvement. It funds strategic initiatives that are pilots that improve patient care and outcomes and make our system more effective. And it fully funds reserves to cover unanticipated costs. So speaking of costs, the cost to the homeowner, assuming or using a $600,000 median residence value back in 2020 was $159. So you in Kirkland had a slightly higher home price in 2020. It was $730,000. So the cost to the Kirkland homeowner was about $193 back when this levy first started. All right. So as I mentioned, we pulled together regional leaders and partners to develop our next strategic plan and levy. And this entailed identifying our programmatic needs, developing our financial plan to support those needs, providing sufficient reserves, and determining the levy length, rate, and ballot timing. Like in past years, an EMS advisory task force oversaw this process. It consists of 20 elected officials, delegates. There were 11 representatives from those larger cities, those of 50,000 in population. 3 representatives from the smaller cities that the Sound Cities Association nominated. Fire commissioners had 3 seats at the table. The county council had 2, and it was chaired by the King County Executive's Office. The task force created 4 subcommittees to do the programmatic and cost analysis. Each subcommittee was chaired by an EMS advisory task force member and met monthly to review system needs and priorities. Councilmember Sweet once again represented the city of Kirkland on the task force. We thank you, and we appreciate your ongoing participation and leadership in our levy planning processes. There are a few important issues we need to consider when creating our next plan. One is that population has been growing significantly over the past 10 to 15 years. You can see the growth over the region here in this map. Another consideration is the increasing diversity, specifically communities of color, which you can see in the chart or the graph on the left. The graph on the right shows the increase in residents born outside the U.S. And going hand in hand with the increase in diversity is the fact that 1/4 of our population speaks a language other than English at home. So as our communities become more and more diverse, it's important we create programs to meet the varied needs of our users across the system. Moving on, here are the key programmatic task force recommendations and the financial plan that supports the recommendations. Again, these recommendations are for outside the city of Seattle. It's for the King County portion, but the funding package includes what would be collected throughout the entire region. All right, we got the first subcommittee is ALS subcommittee, and I will make this really fast. They recommended we continue using the unit allocation to fully fund our program and to inflate our annual costs using a CPIW plus 1%. They recommended we include a unit placeholder, like a reserve, in the financial plan to possibly fund a new 12-hour unit over the span of the next levy, only if call volumes increase and we need additional service. And they recommended we continue using reserves and contingencies to cover unanticipated costs. The BLS subcommittee recommended that we increase total BLS funding by $5 million in the first year, $3 million of which go to the basic allocation, which can be spent on anything BLS related. The remaining $2 million is earmarked for the Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program. Like ALS, they want to inflate the funding annually using CPIW plus 1%. The group changed how BLS funding would be distributed to fire agencies that's more weighted toward demand. They agreed to distribute the funds 60% based on call volume and 40% based on AV. This ratio better balances the need with where the funding comes from. The third, but last programmatic committee was the Regional Services Subcommittee, and they said continue programs that support the system. These are things like I mentioned, medical training, quality improvement, data collection analysis, and medical oversight. They recommended we enhance programs to meet regional needs. For instance, EMT hires continue to be at all-time highs. So we have to add initial EMT courses to get everyone ready for the rigs. The region also renewed its support for a more comprehensive telephone referral program or nurse line that directs non-urgent calls to a nurse for care instead of sending out a BLS unit. Finally, they proposed or recommended that we maintain and develop these initiatives, these strategic initiatives that are pilots, that build upon previous efforts to improve patient care and outcomes. We've got an initiative that strengthens partnerships to serve diverse communities better. That's called the ECHO program. We're also continuing data enhancements to improve quality improvement efforts through the PRIME program or initiative. And we have a new initiative that invests in emergency medical dispatch improvements. So here are the programmatic recommendations all costed out. And the majority of the funding supports ALS, which makes sense because ALS is the priority of the levy. And as such, the levy fully funds that program. Basic life support accounts for 30% of the funding. And this is, in the past, BLS, basic life support, has received about 23% of the funding. So this is quite an increase. Regional services is at 13%, and strategic initiatives are at 1% of the total funding. Again, these are for the program recommendations and costs outside the city of Seattle for the remainder of King County. So it's good to throw in Kirkland-specific facts here. So Kirkland is to receive $2.1 million this year in BLS funding, of which $345 is for MIH program. Next year, with the new levy, with that increase, we'll see it estimated to be $2.5 million, of which $482 is for MIH. So moving on, this is the last subcommittee, thank heavens, and this group made sure our financial policies were sound. They recommended that we conduct a risk analysis to determine the appropriate levels of reserves, and then based on that information, incorporate those reserves into our financial plan. This is the risk analysis conducted by King County. The Office of OEFA, Office of Economic and Financial Analysis, identified 4 major risks and calculated a range for the lowest level of risk and the highest level of risk. They looked at the blue, what if AV decreased? What if new construction decreased? What if Seattle AV increased, meaning a smaller portion for King County? And what if inflation increased? You can see at the bottom there the range of this analysis. So the impact ranged from a decrease of nearly $32 million to a worst-case scenario of nearly $77 million. So we considered this range when we were developing our reserves. So taking all the recommendations and budget into account, this is what the financial plan looks like. So starting with expenditures, programmatic expenditures expect to be $1.4 billion. Reserves are $67.7 billion for total expenditures to be $1.5 billion. Looking at revenues, we're going to start at the bottom. We are able to carry forward $64.4 million in reserves from the current levy. We anticipate raising $17.5 million through other revenues like timber tax and interest income. And we calculated that a 25-cent levy rate would raise $1.47 billion for a total revenue package of $1.552 billion. So the difference between these two dollar amounts is that number $47 million there in the bottom right-hand corner. And that would go into our economic reserve that can be used in the case of an economic downturn. And this amount falls pretty much in the middle of that risk analysis range that's at the bottom of this slide and that the previous slide showed. And we do recognize that there's a bit of variability in the economic environment these days, but at this time, we believe our reserves are sufficient for managing that variability. This just shows the breakout between the City of Seattle and the King County funding. So you'll recognize the same numbers there, total of 1.552, and expenditures of 1.5 in this. Anyway. So Seattle gets about 35% of the total funding, with King County getting the 65%. So the final recommendation of the Finance Subcommittee was they supported forwarding a financial plan with expenditures around $1.5 billion over a 6-year plan to be funded with a 25-cent levy rate. So just to wrap everything up, here is a summary of the EMS Advisory Task Force recommendations. They supported the subcommittee programmatic recommendations. They supported the financial plan that funds those recommendations. They supported moving forward the 25-cent levy rate over 6 years, and for that levy of 6 years be placed on the general election ballot in November 2025. And just, people always ask this, I put a comparison up. The left is the levy span that's expiring to our new levy. So 6 year, 6 year, starting rate 26.5, starting rate 25 cents, generate 1.115, our new one 1.552. King County portion was 664. The new King County portion is 919. And the cost to the homeowner back in 2020 was about $159. And for 2026, anticipating or assuming an $850,000 median residence value, it would cost the homeowner $212. And I will end there and entertain any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Any questions, Council? Councilmember Sweet?
No questions, just a comment. Helen, you have led us so well over the years going through this process. I'll be leaving the council this year.
Oh.
But I just want to express my gratitude. You have made it so easy, and it's been a pleasure to work with you.
Oh.
And I feel like the fire department feels exactly the same way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I have got the greatest job, and doing the levy planning process is just, it is a delight. It's almost a 3-year process, but it's the best 3 years. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Anyone else? I also want to thank you for coming tonight. Councilmember Pascal and I recently attended an event at Station 24. A cardiac survivor got to meet his bystanders that started CPR and then got on, and then the paramedics came to save him. And it was a very moving moment for everyone. He brought a lot of family members with him. And it was really clear just the process that was outlined in the memo clearly works and saves lives. So thank you.
Finely choreographed dance.
Yes.
It really does. And it's, I've got the utmost respect for EMS personnel.
Yep.
They save lives. They are heroes.
Yep, they are. They are. All right, Council, if there's no questions, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move Resolution 5679.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to move forward Resolution 5679. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should we get through firing? Yeah. All right, we're going to do one more, and then we're going to take a quick break. We're going to move on to our next item, was draft fire and park impact fees. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're continuing our discussion of impact fees for fire and parks. We have a draft ordinance and a couple policy questions to share with the council and get direction. Here to provide that presentation is our financial planning manager once again, Kevin Pelstring. And our development engineering manager, John Barthalter, is also available to answer any questions.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One moment. All right. So this is the second of our 2 presentations tonight on the impact fees. And like any good encore, we want to make it short and sweet, get right to the good stuff. So we only have a few slides. I have 6 more slides after this. If I can get... There we go. All right. So, like City Manager mentioned, we have John Burkholter with us today, with me today. So if there's any specific questions or discussion around some of the options that we brought for council, we have him available. And tonight we have a couple pieces for council discussion. One update on the fire maximum fee calculation, and another for council discussion on ADUs and DADUs.
Sorry, you're
All right. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we don't have it yet.
One moment. No, it's okay.
David Wolbrecht does it all. Little IT, little communications.
A man of many talents. All right. Terrific. Okay. So we'll get right into it. So here is a brief primer on our timeline to date. So we brought back the updated fire and park impact fees in March and had a discussion about a few different policy considerations. And tonight we have, with the staff memo, the attachment is the some proposed code language for ordinance for the fire and park impact fees. Those reflect all the conditions and structures and methods that we've talked about previously for fire and parks. They also include removing the exemption for ADUs and DADUs, considering that there's going to be further discussion tonight on exactly how to move forward with that exemption. So that's available for council to review. The hope is that we can bring all three impact fees back for adoption in May, hopefully May 6th, depending on feedback tonight and how quickly we can turn that around, so we can have those effective on June 1st. So first is the change to the calculation. So as came up, I think, during the presentation last time in March 18th, one of the ways that we were calculating the maximum fire impact fees, so that's on 4,000 square feet of conditioned floor area is the maximum. And that definition would include attached accessory dwelling units attached to a primary single-family house as separate fees, even though the combined gross floor area is what's considered when in the KMC when considering if a sprinkler system is required. So we're proposing to change that in the fee schedule. And then the code language, and that's reflected in the proposed code language tonight. The proposal is to assess the impact fee on attached ADUs, so the entire gross floor area of the structure, the combined structure of both the AADU and the single-family house attached would be considered together rather than two separate dwelling units. So that would continue to avoid disincentivizing AADU construction, align with how we do sprinklers. And the basics of that is if there was an AADU in a single-family home with over combined 4,000 square feet of conditioned floor area, the maximum that they would pay together would be $2,920. Madam Mayor, any questions or feedback from council on that?
Council? No.
All right, thrilling stuff, I know. So now get to the real meat of it. So we have some policy options for council to consider to modify the exemption of ADUs and DADUs from all city impact fees. So current policy is that they're all exempt from city impact fees. There was some council discussion on March 18th about finding the right balance between impacts to developers, affordability, while also acknowledging that these ADUs do have an impact on our park transportation and fire systems. So we have a couple proposals tonight in the memo. The first is that we, and these can be combined, they can be mixed and matched, and we're definitely open to other council feedback and ideas and questions. But the first is exempting only ADUs that are 800 square feet or below. So 800 square feet was the original, before the missing middle legislation in the past few years, the original cap and maximum for ADUs. The intent here is that it would, although most ADUs that are built in Kirkland are closer to the max, the 1,200 square feet, this would continue to incentivize smaller infill ADUs, something like allowing space for aging families or young adults, for existing homes, but also still charging impact fees for larger projects that are happening, ADUs that are occurring with new homes and all sold separately. We think based on, current permits and applications, that would bring in roughly about $500,000 of additional park impact fees and over $70,000 of additional fire impact fees per year. So that's the first option. The second is a phase-in of fees. One of the potential options is basically when we adopt the rest of these, the new fee schedules, in June, there would be no fee. The exemption would continue for ADUs effective June 1, 2025. And then starting in January 1st, 2026, there'd be a 50% of the fee for ADUs. And then starting January 1st, 2027, the full fee would be due for all those ADUs. Something that we've heard from developers, I know John has talked to developers about it, is that we've heard that essentially these things can be, as long as there's, advance notice, these things are, pulled into the expected costs of each of these developments and would be absorbed. So those are the options that we brought forward, but happy to hear council's feedback and questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I guess I would support the two options, your reasoning behind them. I guess the question I'd have, I think the other thing I'd just add about phase-in of fees is maybe an option of just phasing in all increases of impact fees with that timeline. In any situation where costs are increasing for, here we're talking about ADUs, but I'm just talking about any type of development, just because of the uncertainty in materials and construction costs going on right now. And we need to provide more certainty in costs so we can see activity take place. So I would I'd love to see kind of what that might look like and consider that as an option, another additional option. Great. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. The only thing that I would bring up is because we're switching structures, it's a little bit more complicated this time to go from the per dwelling fee to a per square foot and then also phase it in. So we could look into that, but I'm not sure exactly how that would play.
Yeah, it'd be interesting for you to look into that, see if that might be an option.
Sure.
Councilmember Sweet.
I like the direction that Councilmember Pascal is going, but I think I'd go a little further. Obviously, I would also go that direction with transportation. I would like us to exempt ADUs entirely, up to the 1,200 square feet. And I'm thinking that for the phase-in, the remainder, 2025 is almost gone. So I would push that date out some, and I don't know if I'd make it contingent on anything. I mean, one of the things that we have to potentially cross our fingers and pray like heck for is an increase in the property tax limit. That would change our perspective, I think, significantly, and give us a bit of leverage when we're thinking about how we're approaching the emergency of housing. So I guess I recognize that every option that I'm proposing is cutting deeper into what it is that we can do and going forward. But again, as I said earlier in the meeting, I feel like we really just need to put more skin in this game. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For tonight, I support staff's recommendation of the two options. I, however, would like to include this as part of our discussion when we get into task number 25 of the planning work program next year, when we're talking about missing middle housing more generally. I think that this should certainly be one of there's going to be many levers and things that we talk about how to incentivize and have more missing middle housing that we desperately need in our city. And so I'd like this to be part of the conversation. So I support this for now, but with kind of the footnote that I want to talk about it more then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to raise my hand and weigh in on where I am on the staff's proposals. I agree with what is being proposed by the staff with respect to these impact fees and the phase-in with respect to the ADUs. You know, I appreciate Councilmember Sweet's comments about property tax and impact fees and how our view may change, but I also want to be really careful, even though we may have authority under legislation being proposed for property tax. It may be something we're cautious about with respect to the authorizing property tax increase up to the allowable limit, just because of the impact and the unintended consequences that might have on affordability for our population that is seeking to age in place. And given that moderating impact of that, you know, I think when we're looking at impact fees, again, as we've said so many times, we've talked about it, it's growth paying for growth. And when we're looking at the 1,200 square foot ADUs that were DADUs, particularly that we're seeing built, I love seeing it. I do think those are going to be that we need to encourage that, but it's also at 1,200 square foot, those are units that are going to have these impacts on cost of providing the level of service on fire and the level of service on parks. I understand and I'm in support of the exclusion under 800 square feet, just because of what ADUs under 800 square feet really represent as far as truly affordable, the potential for truly affordable housing, particularly for our workforce. So I just wanted to explain where my thinking and why I'm in support of the current proposal. And then I understand, I think it was Kevin that was speaking. I understand Kevin's the potential complexity with respect to the transportation impact fees and why it may be really difficult for that to be phased in, at least in this current cycle. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I'm in favor of the phased-in approach between 25, 26, and 27. I agree with Councilmember Sweet that maybe we want to move this back 1 year to 26, 27, and 28. I'm not following the logic on why we're trying to incentivize or picked 800 square feet. I mean, it's a question, not a statement, but I'm unclear as to why we're trying to influence this behavior with our with these fees, especially if more people are going to live in a larger ADU that may be built for a family rather than a single person. I guess I just don't see the logic in picking square foot, an arbitrary 800 square feet to be the delineation between this, and I'd probably lean towards treating all ADUs the same unless somebody has a reason. Thank you.
City Manager, do you want to?
Yeah, I think that when the city of Kirkland originally passed its ADU policy, it was you could not build one bigger than 800, and the idea was to encourage, basically a person who owns the home building an ADU next to it, so very small, very affordable. When we went to middle housing, we expanded that obviously dramatically to 1,200 square feet, and we started to get these new bigger housing units. So the concept of this exemption up to 800 was to go back to the idea that, hey, if someone's going to do an original small one and probably an owner-occupied investment in ADU versus a builder coming in and tearing down something and building an ADU, that would be something we want to encourage because it could provide something for, say, a senior or for a college student returning from home. So that was the best we could do to think of a number that made sense, was what the previous ADU concept was and the previous ADU square footage was. And that's why we came up with the 800 figure.
Okay, well, I guess I'll see how the rest of the council feels about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Just because we've offered a variety of opinions, I wanted to weigh in here. I support the staff recommendation with both of these options, exempting ADUs under 801 square feet and some phase-in. I'm open to a future discussion of extending that phase and would want to go do that. The city manager provides a great example of why we want to do this. I appreciate Councilmember Sweet's discussion about wanting to incent housing, but as part of our previous discussion on this, we've seen a lot of new development where you have one attached ADU, one main house, and one detached ADU. And our conclusion is that those developments do have impact, and so therefore we want to have fees, but in the scenario that's talked about an existing home, looking to say, how do you do something small, perhaps for a multi-generational home? That's something we want to incent, and that's why I support the exemption of that at 801 square feet. Thanks.
Thank you. So I also support the staff recommendations, but this is interesting feedback, and I do understand where Councilmember Sweet's coming from about the desire and demand for more housing. But I think these are very thoughtful ways to move forward. And I also value Councilmember Falcone's suggestion that we look at this again on the planning work program on item 25. So I do support the staff recommendations. So city managers, does that help you get a little closer?
Yes. So we'll be bringing back, I think there's still probably an option on exactly when the phase-in might occur, so we'll be bringing some choices on that. And then I do think you may want to still have a conversation about whether you want to apply the phase-in to the other
impact
fees as well beyond. I think that's still a live discussion, but we need to figure out, as Kevin said, if you're applying that to a per square footage fee, how might you do that? So we'll have to do a little work there.
Okay. So Kevin, you're not done with us.
Thank goodness
And
we get to talk about
tease
this
you,
more.
but this is really good work, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, I have just a couple more slides. So this is a summary of what the current proposed fee schedules would be for both fire and parks. So this is, should be familiar, reflects everything that we've brought to council before, and this is included in the proposed code language. So this is what, the actual tables would look like once adopted. Include those maximum non-stacked fees for both fire and parks, and it includes the non-residential for fire, but not for parks.
Good. Council, any questions on this? All right.
All right. And finally, we have a slide that I showed earlier, and we talked a little bit about as part of the transportation discussion. I added one more example of a size of home, the 1,400 square foot, that would show a decrease in overall impact fees paid from the current to the proposed 2025, June 2025 fees. So just for council's reference, in case there was any other questions about that. But other than that, that's all I have for tonight. So we'll come back on May 6th.
All right. Thank you, Kevin. We'll see you in May.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
All right, council, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 9:20 for the Homelessness Continuum of Care Action Plan. All right, we are back after a short break, and we are now moving on to Homelessness Continuum of Care Action Plan Community Engagement Efforts, Initial Findings and Next Steps Review. City Manager.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the most important part of this is a request to approve a resolution that will extend the due date of the plan, but then we're also going to just give you a quick update on what we're hearing so far in the community outreach. And here to give you that presentation is our Deputy City Manager of External Affairs, Jim Lopez.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Different presentation aesthetic. New council aesthetic. So I am here to talk about the Homelessness Continuum of Care Action Plan. And as the City Manager mentioned, the principal ask here is that we update Resolution R5680 to replace the April 30th deadline to present the action plan with a flexible deadline in 2025 transmittal language. And this allows for continued community engagement. We're doing a lot. We're very appreciative of it. The community has been responding really well. This will allow us to get more stakeholder feedback, and we feel present you with a stronger and more informed action plan. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've been doing. So that's our ask tonight. Now, this graphic kind of really depicts where we are. And this kind of brings, hopefully, some simplicity to complexity. We are in what we call now phase 1 of plan development. So this is pre-action plan draft community outreach. And we, and the council, as you know, attended 2 community meetings. Thank you very much. We had a lot of good time with the community to have a conversation about all of these issues, and we got a lot of insight from that meeting. We've also been doing some other things I'm going to talk about. That work continues, and we hope to continue that work through the month of May. And our plan right now is to come back with the draft plan in June. And we're calling that outreach plan development. When we come in June, we'll present you with the draft action plan. I'll talk in a minute about what that is going to look like. Then we're proposing we go back out, and we're calling that phase 2. And this is where we can share and discuss with direct stakeholders like our boards and commissions and community stakeholders and the broader community as well. And we could take what the council gives us when we deliver the draft plan to the community. We can have some iterative conversations about that and then come back to the council in the final quarter of 2025, leaving time should the council want more give and take about the plan. So this is kind of our more, a little bit more thorough, a lot more time to get this work done. Suggestion, and that this graphic depicts that, I think, pretty well. So phase 1 is all about awareness building. We built out a really cool website, has a lot of information. I urge anyone in the community that wants to know more about what we're doing to go to that website, the Continuum of Care Action Plan. We have done several presentations. We did those community forums. We did several focus groups. We have conducted those focus groups or small group meetings at neighborhood association. We've had several faith-based community meetings, and we're getting, it's a lot of good energy. We're getting a lot of good energy from many people, but very especially our faith-based community who does this work every day. And we're talking about in this phase how we might share the things that we do really well. How can we come together as a public entity and the philanthropic work of the faith-based community and maximize the resources that we bring to the table. We're also planning in the very near future to do more specific stakeholder and resident engagement, and that will take us into June, and that will take us through phase 1. So we move into the action plan itself, and this is the action plan that we expect to present to you in June. It's kind of a tactical plan. It's a guide to give very specific direction to the staff. That's what we're thinking about. And we're basing it around the continuum of care. And we've used the continuum of care through our outreach as a way of both informing and educating the community about what we're already doing because a big part of this program is to let folks know we are doing a lot, from prevention to outreach to temporary care to all the way through emergency care and through permanent the permanent housing. So the action plan will be very tactical, but it will be based on the model of the continuum of care. In phase 2, like I said, we share and discuss that action plan with the broader community, and we review it, and then we bring it back to council in the fourth quarter. So here's an example of what you might expect to see in the continuum of care action plan. The look and feel is a little bit more like the DEIB roadmap than it would be a more higher level policy document. Although there definitely will be policy in this plan, we would have the broader goals. You see the policy goal area like we have in the roadmap. But it has those actions, the primary strategies, and it has a way that we can come back to you as the council desires to let you know how we're doing on those things. Because if they're tactical and definable, you can see how the staff is making progress on them. Again, I thought I'd put this slide in just for everyone to know. I know the council's seen it several times, but this is what we mean. It's a nice visual depiction of what we mean when we say the continuum of care, starting with prevention to outreach to that emergency shelter, temporary shelter, and subsidized permanent housing. Each element of the plan will likely be reflected back to one of these areas in the continuum. And the plan itself is all about how each of these things that we're doing, and we're doing a lot in each of these categories, interact with each other. How does our work with the temporary shelters, or the emergency shelters, feed into the available beds in subsidized permanent housing? That's an example of something that the tactical plan would address. How are we creating a local network of referral for folks suffering from homelessness or experiencing homelessness in our local community? How would we fit that into our plan in the most expeditious way we can, efficient way? So here's what we've learned. I'll say this very briefly, and there'll be obviously plenty of time for us to report back in much more detail about what we've learned. And I would guide the broader community to the council memorandum, because we did write a lot about what we've learned. We put a lot of the notes in our memorandum. But the first theme, I would say, the bigger theme to all of this is the community feels like we have a problem. We didn't want to start all this without asking that question. Do you feel like the city of Kirkland has a homelessness issue that needs to be addressed? And the general consensus of that, the answer to that question is yes. The general feedback. And then the second question is does the city have a role in that? And again, we got a lot of positive responses to that. Now, what that role is a much more complex answer. We got different perspectives from different folks. And in that spirit, we've put some key themes here that I'll move through. Now, build trust through transparency. We got a lot of feedback about data, like we need to know more about the problem. We need to have I think a lot of folks took this issue in a very good spirit as where's the root cause? Let's do a root cause analysis. Let's think systemically about what our issue is, but let's find the data first. And really, what data do we have? Also focused on preventing homelessness before it starts, including housing affordability. So people saw the connection between the need for affordable housing and communities that fall into homelessness issues. We also got feedback on expanding outreach and public safety integration, making sure that we're coordinating our outreach and our public safety personnel. We had feedback on providing tailored services for subpopulations, be very strategic about that, and to strategically build out emergency and temporary housing to improve responsiveness to evolving issues. We as a staff are also looking for where we may have gaps in the services that we provide, from prevention to permanent housing. And of course, we have the homelessness, the HEART team, our action response team, and we have our mental health crisis response team. We have a lot of systems in place that are working together now, and we're evaluating as a staff where we might need to enhance our resources to make all those work even better. And then finally, there was a lot of feedback on regional coordination. It's not the city of Kirkland alone. We need to find our neighbors, and we need to balance local efforts with the county and the state. We have to focus on our role, but our role is also very dependent on the resources we have from our neighbors and the larger governments that also work in this space. So that's a very brief overview of the key themes, and we provide that as context just to inform the council and let the community know we're working very hard at this, and our desire to extend the due date for the action plan is based on the good work that we're doing and our need and our hope to do more of that good work before we submit the plan. So let me stop there, Madam Mayor, with questions, and then perhaps we can move on to the resolution.
Council, any questions on what Jim presented? None.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So our ask is to have a resolution to replace April 30th deadline with a flexible 2025 transmittal, and I think we have a draft.
I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Resolution R 5680.
Thank you. Councilmember, it's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet to adopt Resolution 5680. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Just a couple of comments. I think we should take the time on this, Jim. Thank you for the presentation on there. I think this is also, as we look at the draft plans coming forward, an opportunity to educate. You've touched on that in some of your presentations, but in my discussions at the town halls and others, there's not a broad understanding of everything the city's doing and what's city roles versus other players that are happening with the county, the faith community, and the region. And then also, I think when you look at that grid that said, okay, here's an item of a particular work item and funding, I think we should also look at which one of these is anticipated to be local-only funding or things that we anticipate to need other sources. There's a lot that we're talking about that, frankly, I don't think we know where the funding's coming from, and we're just kind of spotlighting the need that will be addressed at the regional or state level, but really to be clear on the things that we're expecting to fund in the city only versus being opportunistic elsewhere.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions on the motion to approve Resolution 5680. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to the 2025 legislative session update.
Okay. So just a brief introduction as we wait for our government relations manager, Diana Hart, to step up. So there's not a lot of asks we have today. This is more of an update, but one of the things that is moving is the parking bill, the bill that limits the parking. So one of the things I asked Diana to check in with the planning department on is two case scenarios. What would happen if that was in effect when we built Totem Lake, the village of Totem Lake, and what would happen if those parking limitations occurred when we were looking at the building at the bank downtown? So I've asked her to include that in the presentation for you, just as by way of example.
Thank you. Great. Diana, you have good news to share.
I have lots of news to share. Give me one moment while I get this shared. Better on my end. Great. That's what I get for moving quickly.
No pressure.
There we go. Okay, thank you, council. Tonight we are at day 93 of the 105-day session, which means we are officially in like that final stretch where everything is both really fast and really slow all at the same time. Tomorrow is the last day for bills that are not necessary to implement the budget to move out of the opposite house in which they were originated. We're starting to see some new consensus around revenue proposals between the House and Senate. Both have committed to not moving forward with a wealth tax. And the Senate has introduced today a companion to the House's property tax cap lift bill, which does bode very well for that proposal making some sort of legs in the next couple of days. There was also a variety of other revenue proposals that were introduced today that we'll be evaluating over the next couple of days to understand if there are any direct impacts to Kirkland. Earlier today, Kirkland reiterated our support for the property tax cap lift proposal as it has been a legislative request by the city for over a decade. We have not seen compromise budgets released yet, and we won't know the status of our capital requests until then. Compromise budgets will also be the sign that the legislature will get out on time. There are unfortunately growing rumors that there's enough sort of divisiveness happening at the legislature right now that there's a chance that that might not happen this year, but we're staying optimistic that we'll have a nice long interim. So diving into our legislative priorities. First, with an update on REIT, House Bill 1791 was pulled from rules and made a run list in the Senate today, ensuring it is on track for passage this year. As a reminder, the latest version eliminates the January 1, 2026 sunset on our REIT 2 flexibility for affordable housing, extends it to REIT 1, and eliminates the dollar threshold on the usage of it, so really expands the flexibility of our REIT funds. Looking down at EPR, Bill for Packaging, known as the Recycling Reform Act, was passed out of the House last night and will now head back to the Senate for concurrence. This has been a multi-year effort at the legislature, so very exciting that it's made it so far this year. Also, very, very late breaking, Senate Bill 5490, Kirkland's Police Department's request PREA aligning bill, was pulled from rules late this evening. So it is back on track for passage and might even make a run list later tonight. So if you can't sleep and you want to watch that pass off the floor, feel free to turn into the floor action and see that bill potentially go. Diving down to the actions that we've taken, since we're out of committee mode, this slide looks a little different than my normal slides, as the actions we take when we're not in committee mode look a little different. But the legislative work group has taken action related to solid waste stream cart colors, property tax cap lift, housing policies, REIT flexibility, and EPR since our last presentation. As City Manager noted, a quick note on the parking minimum bill that was passed out of the House late last week. We did some analysis on the scale of the legislation as it relates to the Village at Totem Lake and the U.S. Bank property redevelopment in downtown. For the Village at Totem Lake, under our code as it was passed at the time, around 2,500 parking stalls were required for that property. Under this bill, there would be an absolute maximum of 800, likely far fewer required under the bill. As we look at the U.S. Bank property redevelopment, a multi-story mixed-use property or development proposal that's proposed there, we're looking at around 72 spaces for that on a property that currently has 21. They'd only be required to provide around 9. So just to sort of give the scale of the proposal that's being proposed and why the city has been seeking the amendment to allow us to request parking studies in areas without sufficient area parking or transit to support the development.
Just to add to that, a developer can choose to build more.
Yep.
So they could choose to build more, but we can't require more. So that's the issue.
Yep. So that concludes the high-level summary of the work the legislative work group has done to advance the city's agenda. So start with a flag that the bill tracker stated position in the packet is a recommended position of the Ledge Work Group. Here's your chance to flag if you have any changes. As we don't have any items indicated for discussion this meeting, I do want to share that the rent stabilization bill was passed out of the Senate last week. It was passed with quite a bit of drama as a handful of Ds broke from the party and voted with the Republicans to pass an amendment to increase the rent increase cap from 7% to 10% plus inflation. The bill now heads back to the House for concurrence, where they can choose to accept the Senate's position or insist on their initial bill as it was sent to the Senate and send the bill back to the Senate. If the Senate refuses to concede, the bill may head to conference. As a reminder, conference is a small group discussion between the chambers behind closed doors where an agreement may be reached that will go to either chamber for a simple yes/no vote where no further amendments can be offered on the floor. If an agreement is met, then the bill passes out of both chambers and heads to the governor where he may choose to allow the bill to go into law, sign the bill into law, partially veto, or fully veto the bill. So with that, turn things back to you for any questions and happy to answer anything you have.
Councilmember Tim Chissen.
So the rent stabilization bill was the one we voted on previously, and they amended it, this is clarification, 10% plus inflation?
Yes.
So if inflation was 5%, it'd be 15%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? If they cannot agree in conference, what happens?
Bill dies.
Yeah.
So then next session, because it's a short session in the second of the biennium, it can come back as the version as it passed out of the chamber of origin, or it can get sent back all the way to the beginning. But it does have to repeat the whole
Process.
caucus or whole committee process once again.
Councilmember Tim Chissen.
Is this designed to pass or to kill the bill?
It's a great question. I think it might depend on who you ask.
You don't want to answer that, huh? That's okay, I'm just kidding.
I want to assign motives to
I mean,
members.
seriously, the poison pill, the term poison pill seems like I wonder what's,
The remainders of the Senate Democrats were very unhappy with that action. So it
Yeah.
might really trouble the path it has forward, especially with how little time we have left and how much tension there already is at the legislature around other issues and how much work there still needs to be done on the budget. It could just be too big a thing to get through in the amount of time that's left.
one more question. Go ahead. Is this session going to get extended potentially?
There's rumors of special sessions happening. The governor can choose to call the legislature back for a very focused topic, so it can be kind of focused to the budget. We anticipate that if they do not have a consensus on the budget, that there might be a special session to come back and negotiate that. If there is such a special session, all of the members will go home except the budget teams that will stay behind and work that out. And then the members will all be brought back for a single day vote to approve. It's likely what would happen and has happened in the past. They'll be very incentivized to come to an agreement before the next revenue forecast is released, because it's likely to not be quite as, it's likely to look not as rosy as we've seen. And there's the, pending changes coming from the federal government that might also complicate their budget process. So the earlier they can come to consensus, the better off they'll be at staying away longer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Awesome. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving to our last business item, which is the appointment of the interview selection committee for board and commission recruitment process for the Cultural Arts Commission youth. City Manager.
Yep. So as always, our wonderful Deputy City Clerk will help us by drawing the names of the 3 members of the committee per your policies and procedures.
We need a drum roll.
Sorry, you've been waiting all day for this.
Mayor Kelly Curtis. Councilmember John Tim Chissen.
I want to thank everybody and accept this honor.
And lastly, Councilmember Neil Black.
All right. Yay, team. So because this is a youth member and we're kind of scary, I'm going to recommend that we do this as a Zoom meeting because it's just the one position. So everybody have a head nod on that one? Okay. Good. Thank you, everybody. When we do the final interviews, we'll do it on Zoom, and it'll be very quick, less intimidating for our youth. All right, we are now moving on to City Council, Regional, and Committee reports. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the last 2 weeks, the mayor and I have been meeting with, well, actually for the last several months, the mayor and I have been meeting with Neighborhood Association and Board and Commission leadership. In the last 2 weeks, we've met with the leadership of the Market and Central Houghton Neighborhood Associations, the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance, the Kirkland Chamber, and the Youth Council. We probably have a couple more weeks of these, and then we'll come back to council with a report of common themes of things we've heard. I also will note that today, the King County Council put the Parks Levy renewal on the August ballot, accepting the recommendation of the Regional Policy Committee. And to just remind you of the summary I sent of the work we did on RPC, after robust discussion, RPC pushed amendments that reduced the size of the levy to 23.39 cents per thousand. It included pass-through funding for cities' parks operations and a new program for capital money that was previously a grant program. Because of this, Kirkland will get $5.4 million in pass-through funds for operations and $975,000 for capital. All of the direct allocations were preserved, which includes $65 million for East Trail, $10.5 million for Kirkland for the Green Loop, $2.5 million for aquatics in Kirkland, and Councilmember Black, the money for the Pacific Science Center that I don't recall was the amount there. All of those were unchanged compared to what came out of RPC.
Deputy Mayor, are you done? Because I just want to thank you for your work on that. I know it was an hour meeting that extended to over 3 hours, and
there was a special meeting for a trailer bill too, because we missed something.
Oh.
So.
Well, thank you. Well done. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. There has been a lot of things going on over the last few weeks. I'm not going to share all of them because I'm sure some of you will chime in on some of the activities, but I do want to call out that celebration for that cardiac survivor. That was very touching and moving, and I'm glad that we do those things. I think that was really special for the survivor. Some of us, Councilmember Falcone and Deputy Mayor Arnold, we toured the North Seattle Transfer Station a couple of weeks ago. That was really helpful. I had yet to do that and learned a lot of kind of maybe some of what to expect with a more modern transfer station. And I think it was last night or the night before, I was able to attend the Moss Bay neighborhood happy hour, and that was great to reconnect with some neighbors and folks in the Moss Bay area. I'm having my Active Transportation Safety Council meeting tomorrow. I'll report back on that, but we're going to have a really interesting presentation from someone, I think from Colorado, that I guess they passed legislation called emergency streets. And the concept is when there is a fatality on the street, that they take emergency action to erect certain temporary measures at that location, such as speed humps or other things, to really kind of showcase and bring to light that something tragic happened, and that agencies really looking at a possible action. So kind of learn more about how they do that and what that kind of what the results were that they've seen from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar to Councilmember Pascal, had a lot going on, lots of really fun festivities and tours and regional, meetings and such. But in the interest of time, I'll let my colleagues talk about those fun events, and I will email you my regional board and committee reports. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
I think Carly's keeping everybody pretty well up to date. God, she's so good. She does such a good job. And we got pick minutes from the meeting last week that I attended for you, which was fabulous because they pick up it was crazy. She got everything. And that was a great meeting, and I think it was received well. In follow-up of that, I think the only thing I need to mention is I don't even know about it, but I understand that we have been in some conversation with through Cascade about a reclaimed water project with I think it's down in Willows, right, with a lawn company down there. We've had a long-term relationship with them, but I understand that we are moving forward with a pilot project, which sounds...
It would withdraw water from the river, so it wouldn't be Kirkland potable water, or we wouldn't lose any revenue, but it would
exactly
to allow a pilot to have them stop withdrawing water from the Sammamish River and use reclaimed water instead.
Cool. And then solid waste, of course, we've been up to here with NERTs, but we've also been up to here with the long-term disposal decision in terms of what its impact is going to be on the rates. Really hard to do both without some kind of a definitive direction that you're going to try and build your model around. So we've been doing a lot of work around that. The other thing we're doing is we start the discussion tomorrow with the Solid Waste Division around the ILA and moving forward with contract. So that's going to be a long-term body of work. And that's about it.
You have to finish it by December.
So, yeah.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you. So just a couple things to note. Regional Transit Committee meets tomorrow. I'll be attending, and we'll provide a summary of that discussion. We're expecting a briefing on transit safety from the Deputy General Manager of Metro. That's been an ongoing conversation that we've had on several occasions, so that conversation will continue tomorrow. And we're also going to receive a briefing from the Deputy Director of the Mobility Division of Metro on ADA accessibility on Metro. So that'll also be interesting. I did want to note that Deputy Mayor Arnold and I met, it's been 2 weeks now, almost 2 weeks now, with the chair of the Transportation Committee of our Senior Council. I mentioned that at our last meeting, that we were going to be having that meeting, and I promised to report back to the group. I think it was a great conversation involving several of our key transportation staff for the city of Kirkland, Deputy Mayor and I, as I mentioned, and that chair of that subcommittee. And I think there was a lot of great ideas shared, and I think a lot of great direction provided to staff on the analysis that they are doing with respect to transit and transit study in the city, and specifically with respect to mobility of our seniors. So I appreciated that. And then the last thing I'll just mention, I was able to read on behalf of the city of Kirkland, I was able to read our Cesar Chavez Day proclamation at an event at Bellevue College a couple Saturdays ago. It was an event well attended by a large number of folks from Hispanic, Latino community, and really celebrating community coming together to further social justice and civil rights. And so that was a wonderful event, supported there by key members of our City of Kirkland staff. I always appreciate their tremendous support. So just want to mention that to the city manager, how great the staff was for that event. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I have nothing to report. Is it an appropriate time for the LRM?
Yep.
Okay. I move that we approve a legislative request memo for staff to provide us with options for how artificial turf is calculated as part of lot coverage under KZC 115.90.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Sweet, to do a LRM for staff to provide us options for artificial turf is calculated as part of lot coverage under KCZ 11590. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I believe that the Kirkland Municipal Code is probably not up to date with the technological advancements that AstroTurf has made in recent decades. Essentially, AstroTurf is treated the same as asphalt or a driveway as far as lot coverage goes currently under the code, I believe. And modern turf is basically permeable if done correctly, if installed correctly. They generally dig 12 to 18 inches down, put in gravel and other materials below the turf, and then install the turf. And I think most of us that have had experiences with turf recently, it's very difficult to tell aesthetically the difference between grass and turf unless you're very close to it and get up close to it and take a look at it. And two, it doesn't require watering, doesn't require pesticides. And I think there's an argument that it's more environmentally friendly than grass. Once a year, my gardener puts some stuff on my grass and says, don't have your kids play on the grass for 3 days. I don't know what he puts on there, but I'm sure it's not healthy. And so this would potentially exempt properly installed permeable turf from lot coverage calculations, which I think is consistent with the advancements that turf has made in the past decade or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Councilmember Tim Chisholm? All right. Oh, Councilmember Sweet?
Just a comment. I've had artificial turf in my backyard for 7 years now. There is no barrier other than sand and a screen. It is, and as Councilmember Tim Chisholm described, there's no fertilizer, there's no watering, there's no, I mean, it's amazing, and it looks as good today as it did 7 years ago. So I think this makes an awful lot of sense as we see lots shrinking and people trying to have the room to put in ADUs and DADUs. It does cut into your, to your play areas around the house. But if you can do so in a way that looks beautiful all the time rather than, I don't know, cement or impervious strips of whatever, it makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was just going to quickly remark, what I am excited about with this LRM is the possibility, if we approve the ultimate proposal from staff, is the opportunity to look at the latest literature on this and the research, whatever the latest research is. Just given that there are different standards by different agencies just here locally on the permeability of artificial turf, I think it's important that we have a sort of science-based, as best we can with the research and literature that's available, a science-based approach that's, focused on stormwater control when it comes to our standard of permeability for artificial turf. So I'll be supporting this LRM.
Thank you. All right, the question is on the motion of approving Councilmember Tim Chisholm's LRM, seconded by Councilmember Sweet. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. I
All
have
right.
nothing to report.
Thank you. I am last, and you guys left everything for me, which is unusual. There was a lot that happened. All right, the first thing I'm going to cover is I sent this all to you guys, the Utilities Affordability Summit proposal. So this is primarily for our audience, but Penny J and I have been reaching out to local leaders and our regional committee members to propose the idea of a Utilities Affordability Summit. Most utilities are annually forecasting double-digit rate increases, with each utility working in a silo. So Kirkland has proposed that the cities have an opportunity to convene a summit to evaluate rate impacts cumulatively and to have a regional conversation about impacts and strategies. Councilmember Sweet pitched this to PIC, RWQC, MISWAC. I believe Deputy Mayor Arnold is also going to present this to Regional Policy Committee. So far, it's been met with resounding support. I'm meeting with the Executive Director of SCA in a couple weeks. He and I have talked about SCA being the convener for this to bring the regional King County bodies together. So tune in for more. Oh, and I left out the important piece is we are not going to attempt to do this in 2025. This is a 2026 initiative. We talked about sustainability ambassadors. The pitch competition was fabulous. Congratulations to all the participants. I do not envy the judges. That was a very difficult a decision to make because all of the businesses were great and worthy, and the presentations were on point. They did a fabulous job. It was a love fest. I enjoyed being there. And speaking of love fests, thank you to the Kirkland Parks Foundation for the Love of Kirkland event. That was very special. It was a room full of people talking about how much they care about Kirkland and great ideas to bring community together. So I'm very grateful for them for bringing that. And we will have them do a presentation down the road for City Council on how the event went and the winning grant and the execution of that grant. So tune in for more. Also, we had Arch Investment Celebration last week, so it's always nice to be in a room with people that care deeply about affordable housing and how we're partnering together to finance projects. And a member from King County that's working on the Kirkland Heights project asked me after if council would be interested in taking a tour. So they're almost ready. So I said, yes, absolutely. And I haven't heard from him yet, so I'm going to have to reach out to that. And I also want to thank everybody that's taken the time to meet with Deputy Mayor and I to talk about Kirkland. So thank you, everyone. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I put that down about scheduling the Kirkland Foundation to come.
Surprise.
We'll work on the tour. So. So I don't know if all of you had a chance to see, I sent you an email earlier today. I apologize for late notice, but we have an opportunity to create 200 units of affordable housing in Kirkland, coveted affordable housing, through the purchase of an apartment complex in Kirkland called the View Apartments. And you have an email that has a little bit more information on that. The reason I'm bringing it up now is that the board of the nonprofit Bridge, that would be the purchaser, has a board meeting on April 27th. And they have secured a $20 million grant, or I don't know if they call them grants, but loan from the Amazon Equity Fund to do this purchase. And they would need a public contribution. You might recall we talked about this mechanism when we talked about the potential for doing a project with Arete that sort of faded away. But so for a $10,000 contribution by the city, we would allow them to qualify under state law for a tax break, which also makes the project pencil. So the reason I wanted to bring it up was we currently have $750,000 in our affordable housing fund that's in the current budget. And so it doesn't actually take a formal council action, and documents would have to come back to the council for approval. But I wanted to just check in and see if the council was okay with the idea of allocating $10,000 of that $750,000 towards this project, so that we could tell the bridge board that the money is there, subject to approval of the subsequent documents that would have to come back to the city council. So no objections. I see thumbs up. So I see a question.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
And this complex has 200 units, and so 100% of the units within this complex are affordable units?
Today, they're all market rate. What would happen as a result, which I sent in the email, is that 156 of the units would be 60% AMI, 39 units would be 80% AMI, and 5 units would be 50% AMI for a 99-year covenant on those units if this deal was to go through. Where is it? And it's in Kirkland and Totem Lake.
Where in Totem Lake?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can send a lot more information, but like I said, I would just do the first check-in.
Well, I'm certainly supportive. I'd just like to learn more and maybe get a tour of the complex, or even, get more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager. I just want to clarify a point, since it was just the way you phrased it, City Manager, and since part of this is for the public, because we do have the email from you. So you did say it was a little unclear who's going to be purchasing. I just want to be clear. Bridge will be purchasing this property, and the $10,000 from the city and the taxpayers would be a small contribution toward their purchase price and their ownership of the property, correct?
That's correct. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, this would not become a city-owned property or a city project.
Okay, and is that correct that the $10,000 would be applied toward the purchase price?
Yes.
By the bridge board? Okay, all right, thank you.
Certainly supportive. I'd request a presentation on this at a later time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Happy to do that.
All right, anyone else? Okay. Anything else?
And then any other calendar updates?
Councilmember Falcone will not be joining us on May 6th.
Again, I ask for you to excuse my absence that evening. Thank you.
All right, that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
All right, thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.
Thank you.